Hello and welcome to Innsbruck. We are here for the 5th IFSC Bouldering World Cup of 2013. After what was one of the most exciting finals of the year so far in Logdragomer, we've headed into Austria, to the capital of the Tyrol district, one of the 9 state provinces that make up the Federal Republic of Austria. During the winter months, Innsbruck is an internationally renowned winter sports centre, hosting Winter Olympics in both 1964 and 1976, the Winter Paralympics in 84 and 88, and it was also the first site of the Winter Youth Olympics in 2012. In the summer, Innsbruck becomes a paradise for mountaineering activities. Hikers, mountain bikers and of course climbers flock here to enjoy the surrounding snow-free rocky trails and terrain. 62% of Austria's total land area is covered by the Austrian Alps, making it the perfect place for these types of sports. So we are back again on Austrian turf, with the Austrians still leading the pack. Will anyone be able to stop this nation whose very essence is based on conquering mountains? Are people used to life on the top, or will we see the home team laying claim to yet another peak at the top of our podium? Well, it is qualifications day. We kick things off here with the men's qualifications, due to start in just a few moments' time with our 2 groups due to the turnout. We have a large turnout of athletes here. As you can see on your screens now, just a couple of the problems that we're going to be looking at today is A1 and B1. So split into 2 groups. Overall 72 male athletes, actually 71 now, as unfortunately we have lost Christopher Webb-Parsons for the Australian team, as he's not very well today. Unfortunately, it is men's qualifications, Group A then for your start lists. Dmitry Sharafutinov, Guillaume Claremonde kicking us off, and I'll let you have a little look at that one for a moment, have a bit of a scroll through. As you can see, this is the second page we have then of the Group A group, and this is page 3 then at the end of that one. 72 male athletes altogether. Actually 71 now, as we have unfortunately lost Christopher Webb-Parsons due to him being a little bit unwell. And let's have a look now at Group B for you as well. Same as always, the highest seeded are the first to come out. We work our way down the seeded list. So there's Sean McCall after a win just recently. He hasn't actually flashed yet. We haven't started. It's just the IFSC playing with the graphics at present, the results. So Sean McCall first out after his gold medal just recently at the last Bouldering World Cup in Logdragomer. Kilian Fischuber, Rustam Gelmanov, all names that we know at the very top of the list there. Moving down through the seeding then. On to page 2 of men's Group B. Thomas Farrell, the Aussie climber. Christian Feismantel did very well recently in Kitzbühel. And David Barons, who ended up in 8th place at Logdragomer just recently, very, very close to making it through into the finals. Jeremy Bonder, who we know has made final 4 as well, and I know a lot of you are turning in to watch Andrzej Męczynski Victor, so he's in here as well for you. Our next page then, some Lithuanian athletes here. So let's go and have a look at problem 1 then for A and B. Here they are. There's Wim, who is one of the judges, jury president, I believe.
5,
B1 and
4,
A1 here,
3,
and we are getting ready straight away to start off with our first 2 climbers, Sean McCall and Dmitry Sharafutinov. Dmitry Sharafutinov, who has been world champion on multiple occasions, and Sean McCall, who has just taken his first gold on the bouldering circuit, but was actually the overall world champion at Paris, Bercy, for competing in all 3 categories, lead, speed and bouldering in 2012 as well. So B1 then, this is the slab. A lot of these are twinned as well, like we saw from Jackie Godoff at Logdragomer just recently. B1 starts a little bit tricky. As you can see, Sean's gone straight to using the left hand cupped over like that one. Getting up over this mantle can be a bit tricky. so much for Sean, though. Might overextend himself here unless he gets another foot up. Turns his knee in. He's going to get on with this one. And the bonus you can see there is the red square that's put out towards the top of the slab. He's got a hand into that one now. This is something we see every now and then, not very often, but it has been seen before, to use a bonus that isn't actually a hold on a balance problem such as this. So moving across to the right-hand side then, and popping up, just not quite able to hold it. Not a great finish hold, that one. Dimitri, you can see on A1 then next to Sean. Starting off with this big undercling, and then moving up through the pyramids. A middle grade problem. There's a flash for Dimitri. We won't be covering these problems too much as they are on a separate wall, and as we start to fill up throughout the day, we're going to have to take you over to 2, 3, 4 and 5. So we'll show you A1 and B1 as much as we can during the start of the day, but later on we'll be showing you the other sections of wall. The good thing about twinning them, though, is that A1 is actually very similar to B2, and B1 is very similar to B2. So these types of problems are more or less identically replicated on the walls that we'll be showing you a little bit later on. So you can see some of the other athletes attempting these problems. There's Sean then making it with 2. A little bit frustrated there. Plenty of time left on the clock though here. Very good morning to you. Welcome to Innsbruck. Beautiful valley, the city. In the middle of it with the River Inn running through. Actually where the city gets its name from, the River Inn, and Bruck, meaning bridge, the bridge over the River Inn. See our next athlete's getting ready to come out now. 4 people that you know very well. Kilian Schubert, Jan Monday, Jakob Schubert, and Rustam Gelmanov. So this is A2 and A3 for you now as well then. As you can see, this is what I was talking about a moment ago. On A2, it's very similar to B1, more or less identical in fact. That's a deliberate attempt by the route setters to make the 2 groups as fair as possible. And A3 is very similar to B3 as well. You can see the 2 of them there. But A2 then, much the same as B1. You can see the square box bonus there. And A3 as well, next to it, a very powerful boulder. This is A4 and 5 then, next to it. On the far left-hand wall. A4 starting around the yellow ball volume you can see there, moving up to a red pinch and over to the crescent moon and up. And this is the B group at present. There's B5 and B4. Again, you can see that they're quite similar. There's a Jiu-Jitsu volume there on that one as well.
Last minute.
Start of B5 very similar to A5 and B4 very similar to A4 as well. There's the crescent on the other side this time. Bit of a dino pop-up onto that one, taking with 2 hands. You can see the tiny little red hold that you can see on the edge of B3. That's your right foot hold once you've taken the double pinch, and then you're pushing yourself up into that corner to top out there. You can see it marked with blue tape at the top for B4 as well then. So those are some of the other problems we're looking at here, a little glimpse of them for you. Got a long day to get through, guys. Hope you've got yourself a coffee and some food. You're settled in and ready for the men's qualifications here. Any predictions you might have, send them in to us. You can do that using the hashtag IFSCWC. Yeah, I'm waiting for the camera there.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Der natürlich hier und wird das anders sein mit einem gewissen Heimvorteil hier ins Rennen geht, die Qualifikation.
Here's Kilian then, and Guillaume Monday. About to make their first climb of the day. Kilian had a bit of a rocky year this year, some ups and some downs. He's taken a gold, he did that in Nyon. He's failed to qualify once, and also just recently didn't make it from the semis to the finals. So a bit of a peculiar year for him. Guillaume had a fantastic start to the year, 2 silver medals, and unfortunately just failing to get through into the finals at our last event in Log Dragomir. Here they are making their first attempt at A1 and B1. Well, let's hope that Killian is able to carry on in that vein for the rest of the day. Here on his home turf, we want to see him in the final, get the crowd riled. Guillaume here, using a toe to push himself up onto the sloper section. To match here and then push up to the top. Toe a little bit higher here and then right hand up. Nice and easy. Took his time about that one. Made sure that he got there on the first attempt. A good start then. It's the kind of thing we'd expect to see at the start. Always tend to say that one as we're starting with the seeded order. So these guys are the highest ranked male boulderers in the world that are here at this competition. And we have had a good turnout here as well in Innsbruck. Rustam, another one who's had a bit of a up and down year so far on this season. You can see him there sitting on the right hand side next to Jan Hoyer, who we saw in the finals just recently, and he just took a silver medal at Log Dragomir, which is his highest placement on an IFSC competition. Silver medal. And here's Jakob moving out then as well, getting ready to start his climb for the day also. Routes here set by Marc Davier, personal friend of Jackie Godoff. Just joking with Mark about Jackie, who set for us in Log Dragomir, tuning in, and every time Mark, his chief setter, a horde of abusive text messages sent through from Jackie. In a joking way. It's nice to know that the route setters have some banter between each other. Interesting question for you guys now then joining us. Who's been your favourite setter so far this year? We've had some really interesting competitions, some very interesting finals. A lot of people were saying just recently that they thought Log Dragomir was the most exciting final of the year so far. I'd say that I thought Mio was kind of up there as well. Manu set that one, Manu Hassler. But for you, looking back over the 4 previous competitions that we've seen so far this season, let us know which one's your favourite. You can watch all of those again on YouTube, on the IFSC's channel.
Last minute.
Crowd relatively sparse here at the start of the day. Quite a few gathered at the bottom of the wall next to A1 and B1, waiting for these athletes to come out. It's the only place where the action is at the moment, but relatively slow start to the day. This huge pavilion set up behind me though, with stands ready for the semi-finals and the finals tomorrow, and that is sure to be absolutely packed out. We've got a light show going on as well. It's going to have a really good atmosphere. If you're able to get down into Innsbruck Town Square, if you're anywhere near, I'd advise you doing so for tomorrow for the finals here. It's definitely going to not be one to miss.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And we go again. Jakob Schubert took gold at Kitzbühel just recently, and Rustam Galmanov just next to him as well. Just to give you an idea when I'm talking about the strange year that Rustam's had so far. Looking at his results, bearing in mind as well that Rustam was the overall World Cup winner for last year. Last year he had 2 gold medals, 2 bronze medals and a silver. This year then, he's placed 4th, then 6th, then 8th, then 10th. So he's actually, according to his stats, getting worse. As we go through the season, talking to some people in the chat over the last few competitions as to whether we thought that it might be a mental thing for Rustam, or whether it might be over-exhausted from training or travelling. It is an unusual occurrence to see Rustam struggling, and we have seen that quite a bit this year. And then looking at Jakob then, who's down on the A1 at the moment, he's going to have a couple of attempts at that one. Schubert last year 1 gold medal and 1 bronze medal. So far this year, a silver and a gold already. He's the lead world champion in Paris 2012. First at the Rockmaster in 2012 as well. Disqualified from a competition twice last year. No doubt you remember that one. But he's a good sport, Jakob. No harm done. We saw it again in Kitzbühel just recently on his home turf, where he was made to come out and reclimb a problem after assuming he had gold already in the bag. Due to a false start, wasn't quite spotted by the judges. Jakob agreed to come out and climb it again, and then secured the gold in front of his home turf. Talking to him at the end of that competition to discuss what it meant to him to win in front of a home crowd. He never had before, so Kitzbühel was his first win on home grounds in Austria. And let's see whether he can repeat that again here as we move through Innsbruck. Jörg Verhoeven there then, a bronze medal just recently for him. In his first final for a while. One of his best results as well, and Jan Hoyer as well, who also just recently had his best results. They're going to be coming out together. Behind him you can just see Cedric Lechat in the red behind Jörg, and Sukuru Hori for Japan sitting behind Jan Hoyer as well. You can see the river there in the background.
Gestern und heute seit 8 Uhr ist die Isolation dementsprechend offen und die Isolation
well, still plenty of time before we're ready to get these guys coming out here. Always the thing with the start of these qualifications, it takes these athletes roughly 2 minutes tops to come out of their 5 to top out at the first few problems. So we do tend to have a bit of dead air during that time. A reminder to all of you then to please get yourself over onto Facebook, www.facebook.com/sportclimbing2020, and please get yourself on there, click the like, and then another one for us as well, the competition that's up there at the moment for donations. If you donate on that page, you have a possibility of winning one of 54 prizes, all climber related. Chalk bags, t-shirts, ropes, all that kind of thing. But get yourself on and check it out as well. Anybody that you know that hasn't been over there already and click like on there for us, please do, because it helps us towards the possibility, the chance, a whisper on the wind of making the Olympics 2020. The decision for that comes up around September as well. See some of the later problems on the wall as well, B4, B5 and B3. These athletes will be getting onto a little bit later on in the day.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And Jörg and Jan move out to make their starts then on A1 and B1. Hopefully be grabbing some interviews a little bit later on as well with some of these athletes. I'm right down next to the wall, so as they finish up I'll try and grab a few of them and have a bit of a conversation. See how they're finding it here today. We went to the gym in Innsbruck actually earlier on in the week and saw most of these climbers all climbing together. It's really nice to see, instead of the tense nature before a competition, a much more relaxed crowd of athletes having a bit of fun and setting themselves challenges on the wall at the Innsbruck gym. You can see Jan there just struggling with that start on that one. Problem is, we're unable to use the arete here on this one. So you're relying on just using that mantle position at the start. Is Guillaume. The ability to use the arete here on this one. And a top there for Guillaume. Jan on the similar problem then, B1. Got up a little bit higher there, but still struggling to push up towards the bonus hold, or lack of a bonus hold, the bonus square, we should call it. For Germany, keeping an eye on the time as well. The judge is just telling him where it is, where he needs to be looking. Oh yeah, with the bronze medal from last year in Vale, if you remember, made the finals as well at the World Championships in Paris. So far this year, 13th place in Chongqing, so made semis. Unfortunately missed out on semis at Lyon. Came 9th at Kitzbühel and took the silver medal just recently at Log Dragomer. Jorg's finished then, 2 minutes 30 still on the clock. Jan Hoye still working away here on his first problem. You can see there from that side angle as well how little he has to go on to get up on this mantle. And he can't use the edge, which is the problem as well. He can on A2, which is the twin problem with this one, B1, but then you don't have the second foothold that Jan has. You can see the black one there next to arm rock. So there's a hand on now as well. Tricky position here.
So, das war immer wieder erstaunlich, wie voll auch bei der Qualifikation hier unser kleines Theaterstadion ist, nämlich das ganze Jahr.
Shout out to Campbell Harrison, who's on, psyched and ready to watch James. Hello, Cam. And also a shout out to Sheila, who's joining us, going to be off and on today, but look forward to seeing you later on.
Last minute.
Jan in the last minute then, he's still struggling with B1. Just needs to take it a little bit slower, rely on his feet a little bit more to get him up. And send that right foot out onto the black hold as soon as he possibly can to get a bit more security. Taking it a little bit too quick at the moment as well. That's always the thing with slabs. We saw it with the women's vertical as well at Log Dragomer just recently. Wanting to get up because he knows as soon as he's up there, as soon as he can get a hand on that bonus, getting to the top shouldn't be too tricky. Moving out to the right hand side. Because we did see Sean McCall pop for the top and miss the first attempt.
4,
but unfortunately,
3,
no top then for
2,
Jan Hoye. We welcome our next two athletes, which is Skuru Hori for Japan. Frequent competitor into the semi-finals. Took third this year, a bronze medal at Chongqing. Having a look now then at Jakob Schubert and Dmitry Sharafutinov over on A2 and A3. A2 shouldn't be too much of a problem for Jakob. He's just taking a moment to have a look at it here. All four limbs on the giant red eye then at the bottom. Straight up onto the erect, try and stand up as high as he can before getting the foot up onto the purple. Taking the bonus hold and moving up to the top. A3 then, that Dimitri's on at the moment. Very powerful, a lot like a campus board. Simple route and beta for this one, easy enough to read, but rather tricky to do. Take you onto quad screen then for a moment here, so you can just have a look. So this is our quad screen now then that we're showing you. You can see here that at the moment this is the way that we're going to do it. We've got B group at the top, on the top left and top right, and A group on the bottom left and bottom right there for you as well. This is how we're going to be watching our climbers. There's a top then for Dimitri, looking good here so far. Rustem as well, one move away from the top. Got a drop knee going on there, coming back down a little bit. Using those strong fingers to get him up there, keep him secure on the orange before moving up to the top. So another top there for Rustem, a good start for him. Sean on B3, which is twinned with A3, so again a very powerful one. Trickiest section during the middle, so basically exactly where he is now. He is taking a bit of time here, but he doesn't seem too troubled by it. He's moved past it, past the trickiest point anyway. And there's a top then for Sean McCall. Jakob's still on the floor though, on A2. Sakuru still on the floor. Plenty of time here though for Hori to make the most of his attempts, and Jakob as well. Just got to get those feet up. Here we are a little bit more. Just don't slip here, get the foot a little bit higher. There we are, right foot starts to rely on that one a little bit more. Bonus hold coming here in a moment. Trying to come his waist in as close as he can. Left foot up the erect a little bit. And there we are, Jakob Schuler at the top then for him. A couple of attempts there, but he made it. So a good start for Jakob as well, despite a couple of attempts used on that one. And Sakura in a similar position here then. You see they've got the black foot hold. That's the difference between B1 and A2. But they are very similar, deliberately so. Cruda, Tito Calero. Waiting in the sidelines next to Lucas Anamosa and Jonas Baumann. Before they have their turn to start the wall.
Last minute.
Well then chaps, welcome to Innsbruck. Crowd starting to pick up a little bit more now here. Bit of a larger gathering starting to come together. All routes here then set by our chief route setter, who is Marc Davier.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Und das ist der Change. Hier ganz neu auf der Matte mit der 46.
York and Dion back out then. Getting towards that point now where we're about to start filling up the entire wall, and then we stay like this as we move through the rest of the athletes. 6 sets of athletes out so far, so 12 of our 72, 60 more to go. for our men's qualifications. Here's B2 and B3. Killian having a look at this power-based problem here then. And Jan with the volumes. Relatively nice start here. There he's moving on to the undercling, and over to the bonus, and up to the orange slope. A little bit more tricky. Straight to the bonus here for him. Nice and simple. Now what's he going to do with his feet? Nothing, apparently. He's going to pop straight up for it and secure it as well. There's a nice top there for him. Hold isn't too bad at all. Guillaume on A3. Similar problem to the one that Killian is climbing on at the moment. No problem there for him either. Very simple start for all of these athletes. Nice and easy. None of them seem to be struggling at all yet. Ellie Rybach, shout out to you on the Twitter feed, saying nice to wake up to the border qualifications in Innsbruck. Smiley face. It is nice to wake up in Innsbruck. It's a beautiful town. Split into two sections, Old Town and New Town. Most of the buildings in Old Town as well date back to the 1100s.
Informationen zum IFSC-Kanal World Cup gibt es auch hier in unserer Mini-Wall in der Mitte. Schön illustriert.
Killian is making sure that the wall's okay here.
Rankings. Und jetzt gibt es mal einen kräftigen Unterstützungsapplaus für unseren Provisional. Auch für die, wir wollen dich da ganz oben haben. Und das natürlich so schnell wie es ist. In seinem und in unserem Interesse im Rahmen dieser Qualifikation. Alle! Jawohl, Kili.
Last minute.
Souverän hinter sich zu bringen, den die einzelnen Werte anzubieten. Wichtig ist, dass souverän durchzuführen mit allen Problemen an diesem Vormittag. Natürlich wird zusammengezählt und das können wir natürlich in der Mitte hier auf unserer Videowall genau verfolgen, wie es dann mit den Rankings ausschaut. Das ist ja auch kein Geheimnis mehr, aber wir dürfen natürlich auch ganz offiziell, während die einzelnen Ergebnisse hier daran sind, keine vorteiligen Informationen geben. Wir dürfen zum Beispiel nicht sagen, ob sie gerade den Zonengriff haben oder ob sie jetzt ans Fort gegangen sind, auch wenn man es stark offensichtlich sieht und hört.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So, das ist der Change und jetzt wird natürlich auch hier unsere Weltcup-Arena langsam ganz gut. Ein Bonus-Segment ist dementsprechend noch nicht besetzt, aber jetzt.
Well, here with that next turner, and then she'll call back out Guillaume. With a fantastic top a few moments ago. Now with Rustam Skuruhori, Lucas Enemosa out on problem 1, Jakob Schubert here, Sean McCall and Dimitri Sharafutinov just starting their next turnaround.
Und es ist auch ganz schön, wenn man solche Leute wie ihn hier in Wettblättern hier ganz nah, hautnah erlebt hat. Gleich noch Jochen Schubert auf seinem dritten Problem. Jochen, auf geht's! Ganz klar natürlich auch Dimitri. Dimitri Sharafutinov. John McCall auf sein vierten Problem. Jawohl, Jochen! Super gemacht! Geht zum Schläger mit Wahnsinn, warten wir Zeit zu schauen will. Und Zupuro ebenso. Und ganz rechts außen sehen wir mit der 7, meine Damen und Herren, kein geringer als Jonas Sauer. Auch er eine ganz große Nummer im Weltcup gesehen in Polen. Und jawohl, noch für ihn einen großen Applaus. Sehr schön gemacht. Und Dimitri Kessler. Er ist unterwegs nach oben. Und für alle dieser Stelle auch einen gewissen Applaus. Ganz klar, Lukas und die Enemosa. Los geht's, auf geht's. Auf geht's, Luki. Mit viel Gefühl. Jawohl, alle! Okay, Enemosa, jawohl!
Rustam in deep concentration mode there, earphones plugged in. And Killian here on his home turf. His gym just around the corner. It's back in an isolated area with the judges around them, making sure that they're not looking at the wall. If you are new to climbing, this is the qualifications, and in this one we have 5 minutes on the clock for each of these athletes to attempt to top the boulder problems that we're looking at here. There are some of the problems. So for A2, for example, per athlete, you'd get 5 minutes to try and get to the top of that one. Same for all of them here. All athletes get the same amount of time, and then 5 minutes rest in between as well. But due to only having 5 minutes to solve the problem, that's including the time that they're allowed to look at these problems as well. Other than that, they're kept in isolation. You can see Skuruhori and Jan Hoya there. They face away from the wall and then get a chance to turn around and go at it again. It is the most amount of tops in the least amount of attempts. So whoever can get 5 tops out of all 5 of these problems, get to the top of all of them, is in the best stead for getting through into the semi-finals. We take 20 athletes through to the semi-finals, 10 from each category, so 10 for men's group A and 10 from men's group B, to make our 20 male athletes that go through to the semi-finals, which will be tomorrow morning. And then after the semi-finals, we go into the finals and take just 6 of them, 6 out of 72 that are enlisted here
5
to represent their
4
countries,
3
try and earn themselves a medal.
2 1
And to split ties as well, we have the bonus holds, which you can see are marked with red tape all the way along this wall. So now back out then, we have Tito, Jorg and Guillaume climbing on A section, and Killian, Jan and Jerne Kruder climbing over on the B section there. Clement Betchen is out, as well as James Cassay, currently out on problem 1. And you'll see them as they start to move on to these latter sections in a little while. We do know that you want to see James, but we have to show everybody while we can, and James will be moving on to this section in a short while. You see Killian there making that little dyno jump. Look exceptionally easy to the double pinch, straight up towards the top. No messing around at all here for Fischuber. Looking good so far in this competition. Nice round of applause from the crowd as well. Support for him. Kruder there. Sun has come out. Let's hope that it stays with us for the rest of the day. We've got rain forecast for Sunday. We're just praying that it doesn't come a little bit early and interrupt our finals. They are covered here, the walls. If it got particularly bad, we could be in for trouble. Hopefully not. Guillaume taking his time here on this one. Bonus hold on his problem there is very, very good, so he's taking some time to sort himself out a little bit before moving up on the arete here. There's a top for Guillaume. Now, if this heat stays, it could become a problem for the athletes later on in the day.
Vierter Platz auf der Boulder-Weltmeisterschaft in Provisional. China, erster Platz im Boulder-Weltcup in Slowenien 2011.
Most athletes back now already into isolation. Just Jan Hoye still working on this. Not having a particularly good run so far today. There you can see the results board in the background a little bit as well. Tell you that at present Jonas Baumann is in 7th place with a flash. Lucas Enemosa in his group is in 8th place with one top in 3 attempts. Plenty more athletes to come out yet though. Only 10 from each make it through into the semi-finals tomorrow. Jan Hoye with another attempt on B3, then up to the bonus hold now. Tricky crimp-like section on the middle section of the wall, which we were talking about earlier, saying that's probably the hardest part of this wall.
Last minute.
And that's his alarm to say that the last minute is here now as well. So just 60 seconds for Jan to make another attempt here. He's going to have to push if he wants to see a top. With 20 seconds, 15 now, it's looking like we're not going to, so that brings an end to his attempt on that one.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And Enemosa back out again then. For Austria in front of his home crowd. 13th place last year at Long Dragomir. so far this year. Made the finals in Lyon, came 4th. And since then has failed to qualify this year. Let's hope he hasn't peaked too soon. Making a start now on B2, you can see him in the top right-hand corner of your screen. Skurahori on B3, just a little bit further in. Shobakol on his last climb today, B5 here. Up to the jiu-jitsu hold, you can see. Striking up with the right to the sloper. Saw some feet out and up then. Again with the left to the bonus hold here. That's up for Rustam. Nice and quick, easy. Lukas looking good here as well on B2, and Dimitri on his last climb. Nice and easy as well for him. So a lot of these problems are twinned, a lot of them are very similar. In essence, we only have 5 problems here, but there are some differences between the 2 groups. Marcus tried to make them as close as possible. Keep it fair. Jonas Baumann, you can see down there on the bottom left-hand side of your screen. Didn't make a final last year. Hasn't so far this year. The highest over last year and this year that he's come is 8th, so pretty close to getting into a final. But not so yet. Nice finish there then from Sean McCall. Had to take a couple of attempts on a couple of those problems there, but doesn't seem to be struggling too much at all. And that's him finished now for today. Nice early start, finish for him. Now he just has to sit down and watch the other results come in with crossed fingers in the hope that not too many other athletes flash through the problems here. Sharaf Utinov then currently in first place with 5 flashes. Sean McCall also currently in first place of his group. He has to be one of the 10. James Kasey has a flash so far. He's about to come out again for us. So looking good for the Aussie climber. His first final ever on the IFSC circuits just recently.
Last minute.
Kommen jetzt mit dem Wettkampf. So, die letzte Minute ist angebrochen. Einer hat hier noch zu tun, noch zu schaffen mit der 45 zu Puroi von Japan. Wie gesagt, kommt jeder dann zum Mammut-Blockmaster. Der Boulder und der Weltcup. 3 Tage lang spannendes Klettererlebnis für jedermann, für Jung und Alt und natürlich für die Welt.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Und der Check. Jawohl. Provisional. Auf der 5.
Back with them athletes again. Now you can see there is James Kasey in the bottom left-hand side of your screen, just coming out for his second climb.
mit 10 Inselrennen. Die großen Contenders mit der 48 und der 46 Bruder. Junge die auf der 5. Insel mit Qualifications. Jan Verhoeven auf der 4. Sehr schön, ja. Schön gemacht. Jawohl, Reiser. Am Ende des Ganzen. Und jetzt für Qualifications.
James here starts to use the arete now. Up top there for Kilian Fischuber, the crowd applauding. Be a little bit of a celebrity here. His face is plastered all around the town with Anna Storr, advertising the Boulder World Cup.
Und natürlich morgen Abend dann ab 20 Uhr das Finale der Damen und der Herren gleichermaßen. 19:30 Uhr die Präsentation der Finalistinnen und der Finalisten. Zudem auch die Besichtigung dann, aber heute nochmal ganz klar bestimmt am Vormittag und Nachmittag nicht für die Herren und die Damen in der Qualifikation.
Well, we are very fortunate to have Sean McCall just coming over, sit down, watch and see how everyone else is getting on here.
Is this the live one?
This is the live feed, yeah, that you're looking at now.
It's looking good. I was a little bit disappointed. I know you guys had some technical issues and there weren't enough cameras for log drag them, or you can only do one at a time. I'm a big fan of the split screens, especially during finals. You can have one woman, one man, and you can kind of like not miss any of the action.
We've had a bit of a conjecture on that one. We've had multiple opinions on whether it's nicer to see the whole wall so that you can choose yourself what you're looking at, or whether it's into the quad screen. We'd like to show everybody as much as we can.
I guess if you have a fast enough computer, your quad screen is going to be, you know, the size of a pretty good one after you split it in 4. I guess it all depends on your screen resolution.
Well, how was the climb then today? You finished already. Nice early start, nice early finish for you.
Yeah, I felt really good. The first one, a little bit of a hard one for the head. It's a slab, so even some competitors might not even be able to do it. But then the next 4 boulders are really good. There's a little bit of compression. The third boulder is definitely the hardest one, the one that your name is on right now. Fourth is like a pretty fun jump. It's really weird, but I mean, after you do it, it's a little bit spicy for the finish, but you should be able to do it. And then the fifth one's actually quite hard as well. Compression, but it's kind of weird what to do with your feet. And
Last minute.
the boulders 3 and 5 will be the hard ones, and 1 will be kind of like I don't know, a maybe hit or miss kind of.
Depending on style for each of the athletes. Did you take a couple of attempts on 5?
Yeah, I took 2 attempts on 5, 2 attempts on 3, 2 attempts on 1, and I flashed through 4.
At the moment, you're still in first place in your group, yeah?
I haven't checked the results. I know Killian did all 5 and flashed the last boulder, but I think he took 3 or 4 attempts to figure out the right method on number 3, so it might be tied or I might be ahead in bonuses. It'll be really close, and hopefully we'll both advance to the semifinals.
It's a decent position to be in at the moment, and after what happened last time in Log Dragomir, you must still be on a bit of a high, right?
For sure. I mean, even the first boulder in qualification, I followed the last move. It's hard. I know I'm coming off a win, so I'm definitely really confident. I'm really excited to compete. And, you know, you just kind of have to get rid of those, kind of get the negative thoughts out of your head. And I did a second try, and I kept my composure and did the rest of the boulders. So I'm still really excited. I'm still super lucky and so happy to have won my first Bouldering World Cup, and now I'm at the next one. So the next competition, and try to stay really focused.
Now, in the space between Log Dragomir and here, did you head straight from Log Drag to come down? I know I saw you at the gym the other day, but how has it been? What have you been doing in the space between?
Yeah, I've been staying with Europe Open and Sauerwein at their place. They just got a new place, which is really nice. They're nice enough to let me stay there, and so we came actually the night of finals. We didn't even get to stay for any of the party. It was raining, so I don't even know if there was a party or anything, but we drove right back, and I've been in Innsbruck for the last few days. We all went training once, and even at the training, it was pretty crazy. There was everyone I think I knew in Innsbruck was at the gym. There was like 3 of the 4 men that had won a World Cup this year, me, Kilian, and Jakub. There was obviously Anastal, Kata, Melissa Lenev, just like everyone. And so it creates Alex Puccio, so it creates a really good environment where everyone's just making hard boulders, and everyone's friendly enough that it's not a competition. I mean, really, you're just in the gym, you're sessioning with your friends. Like, I don't care if I do a boulder. I'm happy when I can do a boulder and other people can't, but you know, it's just like the little wins, right? You do a slab, you know what you do, you kind of laugh it off, and I really enjoy that part of climbing. Off the competitions, you just go and train with all those wonderful people and just have a really good time.
Thank you, Sean, for chatting with us for a brief moment of time there. Going to let him go and get some rest so he can relax for the rest of the day before the semi-finals tomorrow. Fingers crossed for him for the rest of the day.
Programm hier beim Bouldering Cup 2013 im Rahmen des Boulder Festivals, des Summer Boulder Festivals hier am Marktplatz. Ein Hexenkessel wird das morgen wieder sein.
Mauricio Huerta here then, 2 minutes left on the clock. Athlete for Mexico. Highest he came last year was 10th in the competition. He's been as high as 18th so far this year. So making semis, but just missing out on the finals. Well, just a shout out to all of you guys watching us on the feed. Then I know a lot of people are saying things on the Twitter about moving the cameras and the feed. Well, unfortunately, we're not actually managing the cameras at this event. It's Horizon's not manning the cameras here, so we're just taking a feed from a local production company and mixing it and sending it out to you. So no control over showing James, I'm afraid. We'll try and show you as much as we possibly can. Less than a minute now for Mauricio. A little bit more secure here and then get that foot up. That's what he needs to do. No. 30 seconds, he's going to need to get back on straight away. Move that brusher out the way. This bit's fine, but that was the way that Jakub did it. Right foot up first. No. It looks like Mauricio's probably going to be calling that a day there. 15 seconds left on. No, another attempt. One last one. He's got to do really quick if he wants to make it here. 10. Can he get there?
5, 4, 3.
Down again, unfortunately. No top there for Mauricio Huerta. We get ready for another turnaround. James Kasey back on the mat next to Tito and Jorg. And also Anthony Gulston just starting off on a 2 as well now for us. Jeremy Bonder in the top right-hand corner of your screen for France. Next to him, Clement Betch. And Jan Hoyer making his final climb.
Ebenso auch der 5 auf seinem letzten Problem in dieser Quali mit der 44 Jan Hoyer aus Deutschland. Und hier ebenfalls der 46-jährige Bruder aus Slovenia.
Jeremy Bonda for France came through to the finals in Vienna last year. So far this year, highest place has been 12th, and that was at Miol. Fortunately, not making a finals so far this year. And Hoyer with a bit of liquid chalk. And Jörg Verhoeven just next to me as well. A top there for him on A5, finishing up for the day in a nice position there. Anthony Gulston of Finland over on A2. Athlete that has actually made quite a high placement during the semi-finals over the last year or so in Vale and Innsbruck. Last year, came 12th here last year and came 9th at Vale. Highest result so far this year was 16th at Kitzbühel just recently. He's at the bottom left-hand side of the screen. James Casey then, also in the bottom right, sorry, bottom left. Another top for Casey. Looking good so far here, James. Let's hope that he's had a boost of confidence after making the finals in log drag just recently and coming 5th there. He seems confident enough. Could we be seeing him in the finals again here? He was suggesting to us as well that he's on the borderline of making the decision, and it's leaning favourably at the moment for committing to all of next year for us as well. And that includes the events in China and also the events in the Americas. So that'll be great to see consistent Aussie climber all the way through again. Webb Parsons unfortunately a little bit ill today, so he's not with us. We are missing him. As Sean was saying as well, he thinks B3 and B5, or just 3 and 5 on both, as they are twinned. And the later sections are going to be the hardest. 2, B3 the most difficult. You see Clement on that one now with the 1 minute about to sound. There's Dave Barron's in the background as well for Great Britain, making his first climb of the day.
Last minute.
It seems to be the hold after the bonus that's bringing them off here. This now left hand up onto the next one. Let's see, even getting to the position around the bonus there, having a bit of a tricky time. Looked like he was going to go right hand up again there from the bonus. Clement, frequent competitor in the semi-finals. Highest result so far to date from the past 2 years, 8th place. And that was in Vale last year.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Ned the Baker, Fihali, coming out onto B3, next to Lucas Enemoser on B4 and Sakura Hori, his last climb of the day on B5.
Und mit der 13, nochmal einen großen Applaus, ist ebenfalls auf der Matte. Der Mario Lichter. Auf der 5. Und haben wir jetzt wahrscheinlich auch gleich die Qualifikation für sich hier hinter sich gebracht. Jawohl, in alter Manier. Sehr schön gemacht, sind in der Schar die Qualifikation. Und somit auch wieder das Ganze in Wettkampf beziehungsweise in der Wettkampfszene, das Wettkampf am Wettspiel. Und jetzt mal geht der Ase runter. Auf der 1 und der 4. Logi, alle, auf geht's. Lukas Engelosa auf den Weg zum Tor. Sehr schön gemacht. Jonas haben wir noch hier oben. Durch.
Sakura still on the ground here. 3 minutes though left to go. Plenty of time. And in the wind, I'm slowly getting covered in chalk from both sides. I'm right in the middle of these two sets of walls, and there's chalk everywhere. It's like it's snowing down here. Sakura looking good here. Heel hook onto the jiu-jitsu hold and left hand up onto the bonus in a moment. There it is. 2 more moves. Cries of Gamba from the crowd. Unfortunately, just not able to secure that right one then. Ned in that tricky position on B3, what is supposed to be the most difficult one here. 2 minutes left on the clock for these athletes. Ned and Sakura still up on the wall. Jonas Baumann there, right in the corner with Tito. Ned with another attempt. Perhaps he's going to swing his feet out here a little bit before he goes up again. Nope, the right again. Now the feet.
Last
one.
minute.
Considering matching on the bonus there, going up with the right. He's going up with the right from there instead. It's a little bit too much of a reach there for him. Down on the ground again. 1 minute, actually now 50 seconds left for these two athletes. If you are joining us, let us know where you're joining us from. You can get in touch with us by using the hashtag IFSCWC. Welcome as well to anybody joining us on YouTube. Here in the town square in Innsbruck. The winner of this comp last year was Kilian Fischuba. He's already been out for us today. And after the tricky time of things in log drag, he's probably going to be looking forward to making a push of things here, making sure that he carries on with that title. And Sakura Hara with 5 seconds left on the clock manages to make the top. Fantastic finish there for him. A nice end for his day of climbing. And already Jone Kruder looking keen to replace him. Dave Barron's now out on boulder 2 for Group B. Top right hand corner of your screen. Dilou on A2. Very quick here, made the bonus already, left foot up. It's looking good. Very short work of that. That's the kind of conversation we were having with Sean McCall a little bit earlier on today about certain climber styles are going to be what comes into play most on A2 and B1. It's just whether they're comfortable on the slabs or not. Jeremy Bonder hitting the same problem that we saw from Nedfi Harley a few moments ago on B3. A top there for Dave Barons. Another athlete that should be hungry at this competition after coming so close at Log Dragomir. Ended up in 8th place for a while there during the semi-finals as well. He was in the finals, he was in 6th. Sat there quite comfortably for the majority of the semis. Just missing out at the very end. James Cassay then over on A4. Looking like he was going to go straight for the bonus hold there, which you can see the orange hold on top of the yellow volume. Bypassing the crescent completely to try to go straight to the bonus. It is the better hold, it's just whether he can make the jump there. Rose Valley for the French competitors that are out and about here now. Tito over on A5, just next to me here. Anthony Golston on A3. Here goes James for another one then. He's getting a hand up onto the crescent this time instead. Down again though. 2 minutes 15. James taking his time addressing this one. Could be a case of a quick 1-2. Hand onto the crescent, just enough to push him up onto the bonus. If you can get a hand to that, you should be able to stick that. Starting off again then, James Cassay. Making the pinch nice and easy. Turning his hand here though to get into a better position for getting up. He's got to go high, I think, on this crescent as opposed to low. And he's made it. That's the way to do it. Nice jump there. Using the arete a bit here. He knows he wants to do it now. 1 minute 25 left on the clock. He wants to get there now. No black tape, so we can start to use a little bit of A3 here as well. Heel hook. Cries from the teammates. Very close to that hand, just slipping down a little bit there. Using a lot of energy here. He's got to get up there quick. Erect now as well then. Got to keep sticking it, James, a little bit more. Just coming down again. Last minute's just gone. He's got enough time for one more effort at this one. That's how he gets to the top from that bonus hold there now for James. On the other side then, B5, Yone Kruder still working away here, getting up towards the bonus now. Jeremy Bonder still on the ground. Christian Feistmantel will just come out onto B1. We'll be seeing him in a few moments' time. James with 25 seconds here, needs to get back on the wall. Tito finding it tricky to get onto the jiu-jitsu hold as well. The large volume you can see there, designed by Laurent Laporte. And Anthony Golston with the top there right in the last few seconds. Unfortunately though, no top for James Cassay. We get the turnaround just as Christian Feistmantel tops out on B1, just within time. A round of applause from the crowd there. Athletes down now, another rotation. Lucas Enemosa, Nedfi Harley. Mauricio here as well, about to start off on the one we saw James struggling with a moment ago. Jonas Barman on A5, making his last climb today. Enemosa here on the volume on B5. He's going to get his feet up a little bit here. Nicely done up with the left onto the bonus. Is he going to be able to stick this next move though? We've seen a couple come down here. Just coming down at the end, which Sean was talking about. Also saying that it was a nice move on B4. You can see Ned's made it already. There's a top for Ned Fiali. And Mauricio here doing exactly what we should have seen from James Kissay. Managing to get a foot on top of the bonus hold and then using the arete to power himself up to the top. Unfortunately not today for James. Benjamin Blazer over on B2, top right hand corner of the screen. Plenty of time for these athletes now. Lucas Enemosa starting to move to the bonus hold again. As we are starting to get into the day for qualifications, then a fun fact to keep you over and going. The world's largest emerald, it is 2,860 carat, is displayed in the imperial treasury of the Hofburg, which is the imperial palace in Vienna. So we are in the country that contains the world's largest emerald. Wouldn't interest any of these athletes, of course. They're after gold, silver, and bronze. Lucas is taking some time here to readjust the strategy, perhaps on B5. Jonas Baumann practically upside down there for a moment on A5. Got to get a foot up into that jiu-jitsu. Just a heel hook here from the left would help him take the green. There is a heel, but it looks a little bit in a tricky position here. Take a toe instead. Left hand up, Jonas. There's the bonus. No, unfortunately. There's a lot of energy there hanging around on that point. A lot of strain in the hands. One minute now left on
last
the clock.
minute.
Lucas to go again.
So, Lucas Enemosa, auf geht's. Ein Applaus für Lucas Enemosa.
Home turn. They are giving it him. He's managed to screen now. One more look. There it is. And there you can see the difference that it makes to have a bit of support from the crowd. A bit of a shout out from them can get you there. A little bit more energy. You need to just cling on to that one move that you've been having a tough time with. James Kissay here and the bottom right about to make another climb. He's going to need to get a few more tops in now.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Here we go. James Kissay actually on his last climb here. A5. Christian Feismantel on B2 here. See him in the top right hand corner of your screen next to Dave Barons over on B3. Clement Betchen at the top left. There's Inicio as well. Nacho Gonzalez. On A2, bottom left. Nicky DeLu, a bit further in. Let's see how Dave gets on with this one then over on B3, top right hand corner of the screen. He makes an effort here. What Sean described as being the trickiest problem out there today for the qualifications. Dave obviously finding it the same. Nice to see James taking some time here, just to think through what he's going to be doing. And here we go. Not there though. Looking at the results as they stand at the moment then, currently Dave Barons is in with 2 tops in 5 attempts in 9th place. The cut-off point is in their group at present with Ned Fihali with 2 tops in 6 attempts. But obviously everything will change as we move through the competition. And a gentleman who has just finished climbing for the day, he's finished his tour de force, is Jörne Kruder. Jörne, how did you find it up there today?
Not so good as previous comps, but I think I was quite relaxed. Two of them were quite hard. I could manage it to top it. But the result looks good, so I hope it will stay like this.
Which were the 2 that you had the most problem with? Was it 3 and 5? Again, like we were talking to Sean earlier, and Sean was saying that 3 and 5 seem to be the trickiest 2.
Yeah, actually, I don't like rims that much, so in the 3rd boulder, I didn't see myself on the top because maybe that was a problem, but...
We've seen a lot of athletes struggling with 3 though. There seems to be a running trend today. It seems to be the top one.
Yeah, maybe it is, but I'm quite angry because I quite like slopers. I failed on the last one, which was really nice, but it didn't work out.
Well, where are we sitting at the moment then? Let's have a look at the leaderboard here. So you're currently in the top 10.
I think I was on the 5th place last time I saw on the board.
So now we have to wait and hope. I wish you all the best, Jörne. Thank you for talking to us.
Thank you.
Just having a bit of a brief chat with some of the athletes that are down on the wall here that I know have finished. I'll have a chat with James in a few moments when he gets down from A5. So he moves away from the end here. Nice to secure with that compression. Got the heel in as well. One more hand, James. There it is, very nice. And James is already in the upper section here, so that should hopefully put him in a good stead. Let's hope that's enough to see him through into the semis, where he can really come into his own and try and make it back into finals again.
So, jetzt aber kräftig abfallen, meine Damen und Herren. Die letzten 25 Sekunden hier mit der 54, der Wintertagsmarkt. Christian, alle auf geht's.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All 5 minutes. So, Mario Richter, super gemacht. Okay, hat sich hier an der 3-1.
A lot of shouts of support for Ned from the crowd as well. You hear them in the background as he's making a push up here now. One left, one right, there it is. A nice finish as well. Good way to end for Ned the Baker.
Auch er im letzten Jahr auch natürlich auch bei den Festivals hier am Abschluss immer wieder nicht dabei.
Having a little look round here, see if there's anyone else about. I'm going to try and get my hands on James Casey at some point soon. I can see him over having a chat with the rest of the Aussie team at prison. See a few of the athletes around down at the bottom here. Yeah, just talking with his coach. I'm going to move over actually to Ned and try and get a chat with him for a moment. Ned, how was it?
All right, yeah, all right.
A nice strong finish for you at the end of the day. Was there any point that you thought it was going to be a difficult one throughout the day? Is anyone that really caused you problems?
Well, the slab caused me more problems than it should. But the one I couldn't do, number three. I don't know, it's not my scene, so I didn't really think I'd do that anyway.
Was it the crimps that were the problem for you? What was it on 3? A lot of athletes have had problems with 3 today so far anyway.
It's just like minging bony crimping. It's kind of body weight dependent climbing, and I'm a bit of a heavyweight. Much better on the bigger ones.
And what was the deal with the slab? Which slab were you on? You group B, so you had the one that didn't have the arete on the edge.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's kind of no-handed, and it's hard to walk out to a problem like that and just climb confidently. There's nothing to hold you, and all you've really got is
What about now then for you for the rest of the season? I mean, are you heading back home after this one, and then what's the plan? Are we going to see you over on the US section?
Yeah, well, I miss Slovenia because I didn't want to do a long run with them, but yeah, I'll be going out to Canada and I'll be doing Vale as well, and then probably do the last 2 in the year, hopefully.
So you're travelling with the rest of the British team as well now at the moment. They must be quite confident this year. There seems to be a nice upsurge with obviously Mina's looking strong as well this year. Shauna again making the finals consistently. Dave very close to making finals just recently in log drag. How are they all feeling?
Yeah, good. I mean, on average we're doing better than normal. I think the men do well on and off. They're not as consistent as the girls, but I think as soon as people start doing well, it brings everyone else up a level. So like the girls are always climbing well because Sean's always doing quite well, and like they're all following well. I think for the men we need a couple of good results, and then everyone else should be good.
Great, Ned. I wish you all the best with it, and I'll look forward to seeing you at Toronto Vale.
Yeah, nice one. See you there.
Cheers, Ned. Good chat with the Baker. Before we wait and see where the rest of the other athletes are, and I'm going to try and pull over James in a few moments' time as well. You can see him somewhere around. He was over there a few moments ago. I'll try and get my hands on him. There's Jorg over here as well. Let's try and have a moment's chat with him while he's finishing up. Jorg, come and have a chat with us. How did you find it?
Nice, really no problems. Versatile, nice to climb, and
any tricky ones?
yeah,
5,
for me number
4,
2 was actually
3,
pretty tricky.
2, 1.
Feet are really slippery, and it's a little bit about luck whether your foot pops or not.
We saw Jakob struggling on that one as well for a little bit, trying to get his feet up and then move along the arete. Would you rather have done B1, because they're twin, B1 and A2 are supposed to be pretty much identical?
I haven't climbed B1, I've tried it, so it seems pretty similar.
The only difference that we've got on B1 is that there's no arete for you to use, and I suppose that's predominantly using the arete on the way up. Do you think that one looks trickier than that one, or do you think about the same standard?
It's just a different type of move, you know, that's like a plain mantle with a big enough foot, and that's just trusting your feet on the shitty board.
What would you say? I'll have to excuse you for that one, just pretend it didn't happen. What would you say is your style traditionally? Would you say you're more of a technical climber, more of a power climber?
I would say I'm a lead climber. No, I would say power is a bit better than technical and stuff. Like, I'm not really
flexibility is a down thing.
Big problem, yeah. I'm working on it.
What about things like crimps? Obviously, I'm like number 3 here that we had on your one as well. We did have a similar one on A3. How was it for you on A3?
Like it was high feet, which I normally don't really like, but it was good holds, and it's a bit of a lead problem. Like, feet swinging in the roof and stuff, so I felt familiar.
Was it comfortable for you? What happens then in the difference between you switching from the boulder season onto the lead? When will it be the time for you to start going onto the lead training?
Yeah, well, just straight after Vail, so there's 2 comps after this, and then I'll do some lead training.
A lot of the athletes are saying this, that it tends to be straight after. It's like you're not doing anything during the bouldering season at all, concentrating on bouldering. Do you do any lead climbing at all during that time?
No, it wouldn't work. I don't know, it's too big a switch to, I don't know, like all of a sudden after boulder comp just do a couple of lead trainings, and it doesn't help for bouldering. So with the busy season you need all the trainings you can get, especially in between the comps. So no, lead training is after bouldering.
What about getting out for yourself for just a bit of fun on like outdoors or anything like that? Or do you tend to stick to bouldering for that as well?
Yeah, I guess so, because it's, I don't know, it's kind of a mood thing as well, you know. It's there's a certain phase of like a time of the year where you're bouldering, and a certain time of the year where I'm route climbing, and if I mix that up completely, I think I'll start to get my harness to lead comp and stuff.
Just get confused and turn to bouldering with some rope, yeah?
Good.
York, I wish you all the best. Let's have a look where you're sitting at the moment then. So you're in 3rd. You did all 5 in 6 attempts, which is fantastic. That's looking like we're going to see you in semis then, yeah?
Yeah, I hope so.
That's great, York. All the best. Brief chat then for York. So then, Glaron Monde currently in 1st place with Sharafutinov, tied with 5 flashes in their group. Just below them, York Verhoeven. So looking good for some of the top-ranked athletes, securing themselves a place here.
Last minute.
Und mit 10 Antriebbussen. Oh, sehr schön gemacht. Und ganz nicht aus nochmal hier mit einem Balance hier anzuschauen. Jawohl, links das Rechte, sehr schön gemacht. Stefan Scarpelli. So, die letzten 30 Sekunden noch ein großer Anfeuerungsapplaus. Hier auf der 3. Christian, auf geht's.
And we get ready for another rotation, getting into the midsection now of our athletes coming out. See some new faces moving out. There's Michaela Shalashin there on B3, you can see. And just next to him, you can see Ozawa Shinta on the far right-hand side. Andeze on his last climb here, B5. And there's Ho Sin Fai as well for Hong Kong on A2. He's going to come over and have a chat to us when he's finished up. I've asked him already, and he said that he'd agreed to do that one. I think he's the only athlete in the history of the IFSC to compete for Hong Kong, or so he thinks anyway. So it'd be nice to have a chat for him. He's the only athlete here representing them. I've seen for India as well. We've had Sandeep out for the past few competitions. He'll be coming out in a while. Group A. Well, hopefully you're all enjoying the qualifications so far. We'll try and get some more interviews with you a little bit later on. Just looking at the results every now and then, trying to keep my eyes on them. Mauricio Huerta doesn't look too happy at the moment. He's currently in 8th place on his group, and there are still some athletes coming through after he's finished climbing, so we'll wait and see. Austria very close here. Mario Lechner, second hand on, there it is. A lot of support there from the Austrian team that are gathered around to watch the last of the Austrian competitors. At the top of the groups coming through. See a few more of them in a little while as well. Another interesting fact then for you while we're here and in Austria, talking about being in Innsbruck. The sewing machine was invented in 1818 by Josef Mardersperger, who was an Austrian. Just a bit of a fun fact for you while we watch these athletes work. See Stefan Danka over here on A5 making his final climb. Saw Danka a bit at the start of the year last year, 2 10th places, one at Chongqing, one at Log Dragomir, and this year so far an 11th place at Kitzbühel and an equal 21st at Log Drag. So predominantly when he competes, managing to qualify. Not so great on his last comp. Hopefully he can improve on that one here. We'll see how he gets on through the competition. You can see Heiko, the Austrian coach, standing with Sean McCall, discussing the problems here as well. Hopefully you're enjoying them too. I can tell you that they were set by Mark, chief route setter, Mark Davier. He's a friend of Jackie Godov's. Hopefully you're liking them as much as some of the athletes are, saying there are a few of them that are quite tricky. Danka trying a similar position that we saw Jonas Baumann getting himself into a little bit earlier by going upside down. Jiu-jitsu hold there. Zawa. Managing to make it. Plenty of time left as well, but he looked completely relieved to have got there then. Anderze still working on B5. About to have the minute alarm. And there is Mahalo.
Last minute.
Pushing on to B3 here. The last competition.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Taking a look at the leaderboard, it gets quite open after the first two actually in one group. Rabutsov currently in 3rd place, 2 tops in 4 attempts. 2 tops in 4 attempts will give you 3rd place in Group A. Oh no, I do apologise. It seems like the judges are putting up the results from Munich in Germany 2011. I'm looking at here. This is random. I'll try and give you an update on the scores as they're standing in a moment's time. But ignore my laugh. Deluge making a shout there. Dave Barron's here over on B5. I can see Mr. Alderson running. It looks like we might be having a problem with the live scoring here. I know that Dimitri is in 1st place at the moment with his flashes. With Guillaume Claramonde in their group. Plenty of time, 2 minutes 20 left on the clock. That's his final climb for the day for him. And looking like we're going to have a bout of rain coming in now as well, unfortunately. Well, the crowd will be fine, they've got lots of nice cover. And the walls should be okay as well, we just hope we don't get too much. I'm on the hunt for athletes again, see if we can find some guys to have a chat to in a few moments' time. 2 minutes and 40 seconds now left on the clock.
Last minute.
Just making arrangements here with the judges as they're sorting out what's going on with the live scoring, and also preparing for some rain that might be coming in. 10 seconds on the clock, get ready for another rotation.
5,
Roughly halfway through, our athletes coming out now.
3, 2, 1.
So athletes now out on the wall, then Michaela's back out again. Scarperi on the wall, hosting 5. Mario Lechler making his final climb for the day on A5 now. As the rain does start to set in here in Innsbruck, unfortunately. We're told it would be sunny, but it's looking like we're going to have a shower here now. The only problem for that will be that if the rain gets onto problems 1 for both groups, I'm going to hope that it doesn't. Two minutes and 25 seconds now left on the clock. See the technical delegates rushing around the bottom of the wall. Probably see them working hard to try and make sure that everything's safe. and clean and dry, secure for these athletes as they start to come out onto the wall. Nacho's sitting down here, using some time to think perhaps.
Ja, hier an dieser Stelle nochmal den Fokus zu erklären des Boulders. Insgesamt in der Qualifikation. Das 5 Boulder-Modelle eingeschraubt. Also 2 Gruppen, also A und B. Und diese 5 Boulders sind in einer Zeit von 5 Minuten je 5 Meter. Und dabei zählen natürlich Versuche. Sowohl die Versuche als auch die Zonen als auch die Box. Sicher ist also jener Kletterer, der am wenigsten Versuche braucht, die meisten Zonen beziehungsweise die meisten Box hier bekommen hat.
Last minute now as the rain starts to pour down. A few athletes still out on the wall, still trying to work here. Welcome to Innsbruck, what started off to be a very nice and sunny day, and looks like we're taking a turn for the worst now. 40 seconds left on the clock. Currently watching the last few of our athletes with the 30 seconds they have to work with. Blazer here as well. Christian Feistmantel about to get back up on the wall. 20 seconds, it looks like our athlete there's calling it a day. Ben Blazer. Nacho, who has been sitting down for most of that time. I'm not entirely sure what Ignacio's going to do here now with
4, 3.
5 seconds, or is he waiting to start? There we are, he's waiting to begin on this one. On his final climb for the day. There was me thinking that he was sitting there using up his time. We can see our other Australian athlete coming out here as well. Now, we did have 3. We're now down to just 2. And this is Farrell. Tom Farrell for Australia coming out. Saw him first this year. A little bit earlier on, he's been travelling around with James Casey. And that's a team. I can see Udo, the German coach, as well. Next to Ian, the photographer for the Aussie team. And Wim, jury president, along with Graham Alderson, the technical delegate, running around to make sure that everything's safe due to the rain. So 3 minutes now on their clocks, but plenty of time for these athletes. And then on the wall now, you can see Tom Farrell of Australia up in the top left-hand side of your screen. Laz Gavrilov of Russia on B3 at present. Young athlete we saw at the start of this year. Took 21st place at Chongqing. Not since then, though. So, a few athletes now left up.
Last minute.
On the wall. Christian Feisman did exceptionally well just recently.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Another rotation then, our athletes back out on the wall. Some athletes for the Czech Republic coming out. Hosts in 5 for Hong Kong. Now moving out onto A4. And the rain really starting to come down now. It is going to get wet here. Mikhailo Shalazhin back out for his final climb of the day on B3 as well. We'll try and pull some athletes over here in a few moments' time, see if we can have a chat with some of them, catch up. Welcome if you are joining us, welcome to Innsbruck. We are here for the 5th IFSC Bouldering World Cup of 2013. Looking at Alko Schillinger, Jonathan Partridge, Martin Stranik, Hostin Fai and Stefano Ghisolfi in the A group. And Shimizu Atsushi, Alexander Verm, Ozawa Shinta, Mikhailo Shalazhin and Rudy Moroda in the B group at the top of your screens at the moment. So B group at the top and A group at the bottom section. 3 minutes 40 left on the clock. Shimizu there struggling with B3. We've seen quite a few of our athletes finding that one tricky. And no exception for him by the looks of things. Mikhailo looking good here though on B5. Got a foot up into the Jiu-Jitsu volume there and also a hand up onto the bonus. One move away here from the top out as long as he can secure both hands. Most of their athletes finishing up on A1. Well, 1 minute and 25 seconds here then for these athletes. Shimizu over on B3 still pushing here, trying to get up onto this section. It's the section of the wall we've seen most of our athletes struggling with. And also on B5 as well has been another one that's caused some problems for the athletes. The fifth problem. Martin Stranik at the moment over on A3. Hosin Fai gets himself a round of applause from the brushers on the ground there. Still a few of our athletes out on the wall. Looking like they're going to be calling it quits here with 10 seconds left to go on the clock.
5.
They get ready for some
4,
new athletes
3,
to come out and join
2,
us.
1.
So, new athletes then out onto the wall. Tom Farrell back out again for Australia on his last climb of the day, B5. Starting off here, hand up. Very quick here as well. They call this man the Butcher. Very strong climber. A lot of shouts of support from the crowd. James Casey watching on. Tom now with a hand up onto the bonus. And a top as well. For our Italian athlete here. So Tom Farrell then still on the ground here, 2 minutes and 35 seconds left to go. Our brushers coming out onto the wall. Another French athlete out now as well then. Sebastian Valran on V3. Tom Farrell still struggling here. So 1 minute 50 left on the clock. All other athletes finished now, as opposed to Tom Farrell. And Sebastian Valran. Here in Innsbruck for the men's qualifications today. Later on, we'll be bringing you the women's qualifications as well. See and decide who our 20 athletes are that make it through into the semi-finals tomorrow here, and then taking those athletes down to just 6 men and 6 women for the finals tomorrow evening, which we can only hope is better weather. And the problem with that being that if we do have a lot of rain here, then problems A1 and B1 are both going to be stopped and the results for them cancelled. As we can't have athletes climbing in the rain, there is no cover on A and B1, which means that could be a bit of a problem because some athletes have already climbed that first problem. Their results could be scrapped, giving us just 4 to take our results from. I'm not entirely sure what's going to happen now. I can see that there are towels and bags covering some of the holds on A and B1, and with the rotation turning round now, we've had no new athletes coming out onto those walls. So it's looking like already we could just be using 4 here. Shimizu then out on B4. You can see him in the top right hand corner of your screen at present. Hosen Fai finishing up his climb for today on B5. Oh, sorry, A5. You can see him in the bottom right hand corner of your screen, next to Martin Stranik of the Czech Republic on A4. Three minutes and 40 left on the clock. Plenty of time for these athletes. Ozawa over on B5. Taking his time to analyze exactly what he's going to be doing here. Still struggling here, though, Shinta Ozawa on B5. Still no athletes coming out onto the first two problems, so it's looking like we could end up scrapping the results from the first two problems. Graham Alderson, the technical delegate, is somewhere close by, so I'm going to go and ask him in a few moments exactly what's going on with the first problems for the two groups, A1 and B1. What the situation is now with them. Martin Stranik with another attempt here then for the Czech Republic. Very nicely done, making that little pop up and cross over to the bonus hold. Using the arete now. And that's what we didn't see from James Kasey earlier, using the other arete that's available there on that problem. Not the one that's on A4 at all, but using the one that's a little bit further along. A nice little change there.
Last minute.
Hier sehen wir zum Beispiel auch die internationalen Herren, wie zum Beispiel Mr. 58. Großen Applaus hier. Osama Jakob, sehr schön. Insgesamt 5 Boulderprobleme im zweiten Ecken. Das ist A und B hier aufgebaut. 5 Minuten Zeit.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, well, I've just had an update from Graham Alderson, who's come over and told us exactly what's going on here with the rain. Due to the problem with A1 and B1 then, the fact that there isn't a roof over those problems, unfortunately. What's going to happen is that we're going to start again with the athletes that should have come out onto there at 12:45. At the moment they are stopped, and at 12:45 they're going to try and start climbing on them again. If they are unclimbable, if they are too wet at 12:45, then all results from A1 and B1 will be cancelled, and we will drop down to a 4 boulder qualifications, meaning that some of the athletes that might have climbed earlier on in the competition will lose their results from A1 and B1, and we will only take results from boulder 2 onwards. So 2, 3, 4 and 5 will give us our results for the qualifications. So that could be an interesting one. We could see some appeals perhaps from some athletes that have climbed the first problems and then are a little bit, you know, obviously tired or fatigued after the first problem, then having to climb the other 4, meaning that they've climbed 5 and the others have only climbed 4. So it could cause quite a lot of difficulties, I think, and all for the sake of a roof, unfortunately. But that's how it is. So guys, a little bit of a hectic start here. The rain has caused some difficulties for us, and what's going to be happening from now then is that we're just finishing up the athletes that have come out and started, and then we're going to be taking a break from coverage. We'll obviously still stay with you, but there will be a wait, unfortunately, until 12:45, at which time the climbing is going to attempt to start again due to the bad weather. We're having inclement weather here at the moment, and it's thrown a bit of a spanner in the works on A1 and B1, which means that we're going to be taking a short break from climbing. These climbers that are out now will be the last to finish up their climbs, and then we start again from 1 with the athletes that you can see on there. Villamantas and Valran have already started climbing, I believe, but we will start again from B1 and A1 to start filling up the wall once more. Now, if the conditions are too bad at 12:45, then the first problem will be cancelled and all climbers will carry on using just 4 boulders to make it through into the semi-finals. 12:45, we come back with our attempt to restart the climbing. So unfortunately, guys, that's how it's standing at the moment. Can only apologise, but can't control the weather. And had a bit of a rainstorm a few moments ago. And Graham's just came to give us an update as well, just saying that irrespective of whether the men's are tweaked or whatever happens, the women's are still due to start at 16:30 local time to us here. So that's 4:30 p.m. or 16:30. We're due to start with the women's qualifications regardless of what happens with the men's. So that's it as it stands at the moment, guys. That might mean that it's quite a short break actually between the men's and the women's. So it's looking now like we've got these 2 athletes as our last climb before we stop for a short amount of time. Martin Stranik and Atsushi Shimizu next to him as well. There are 2 athletes coming out on B5 and A5, you can see there. So ignore the rest of the names that are on there for now. You'll see them climb a little bit later on when we resume the competition at 12:45. So as you can see there, over on the top left-hand side of the screen, you can see the condition that the mats are in at the moment. With the rain coming down. So you can see still a few little spats of rain coming down. We're hoping that that's going to clear up a little bit. But you can see in the distance as well, in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, the mountains And that just shows how quick the weather can change here. We had it in Vale last year. Torrential storm just came out of nowhere, and we're just praying that that doesn't happen again here. 2 minutes left on the clock for our athletes, and I do believe that one of them is finished already. In fact, I think both athletes have already finished. So, ladies and gents, we were going to be coming back to you, all being well, and fingers crossed, at 12:45. We will see you shortly, and we do apologise for the weather. Please don't go anywhere, and I'll speak to you soon.
Last minute. Five, four, three, two, one.
Oh, it's looking like we are having some extra athletes out here. Sebastian Valran out here now on number 5. So a few more still left to come. Valran, born in 1992. 28th equal in Millau this year. We saw him take joint 37th after that at Kitzbühel. We didn't see him at the last comp though in log drag. So he's had some time away. He's here now though. Having his 5 minutes now, just having a bit of a brush here. Bonus on this one, the green sloper a little bit further on. And we are just hoping that this is a summer shower and that it will pass. But I can tell you now that it's looking like there is cloud coverage straight across the Alps here on both sides of us. So my prediction so far is that we're going to end up with just 4 boulders to compete on. It looks like they'll probably be closing the other one. Women's plan is to continue at 16:30 local time. Whatever happens with the men's, but it's looking like we could be dropping the first scores. But they're not climbing at the moment over on B5.
Last minute.
I've just been told as well by jury president here, Wim, that Varon will be the last climber. He's into his last minute now as well, so just him, and then we will be taking that break that we mentioned to you a short while ago until 12:45 in the hope that this rain lifts up a little bit and we can get ourselves sorted to carry on. Of course, it comes down to health and safety as to whether the mats are in good enough condition. I can tell you now that over on B5, that mat is soaked through at the moment. You can see there on the shot on your screen the kind of weather conditions we're dealing with. Can only apologise for the interruption of the competition. And with the last of this clock ticking down, we are going to be stopping here, guys. So, yes, we'll be back at 12:45 with an update on the situation and hopefully carry on the competition. But it's going to depend on weather at the moment, I think. So I'll say goodbye to you now for a short amount of time, and we'll be back at 12:45 local time to us. We'll see you then.
two, one. Last minute. Last minute. Five, four, three, two, one.
Well, hello guys, we are back to Innsbruck. A little bit of a break here, unfortunately, due to the inclement weather that we're suffering from. And it's looking like we've got a moment of a slightly lighter patch here. The rain seems to have been lifting off a tad, which means which looks like rather we're ready to carry on. We've got Jonathan Partridge out here climbing on A1. If you remember just before the break, what I was talking about was the technical delegate's decision will come relatively soon as to whether to allow the climbers to continue on these two sidewalls you're looking at now, or whether they're too wet to climb on. By the look of things, they look fine. Jonathan Partridge with a top there. Actually, what looked like a flash there from Jonathan Partridge. And for Lithuania then, Villamantas on there. Incidentally, the British are used to climbing in the rain. So perhaps Jonathan Partridge will do exceptionally well here. Might not be on home turf, but he's got home conditions. Villamantas Petrasionis out on B1 now. I know we will do our best to keep everyone out of the camera shots. Give us a few seconds, try and organise that one. Oh, yep, he's figured it out. And Jonathan Partridge just ran past me and said, yeah, it's like being in Britain. It's exactly what I said 3 seconds ago, Johnny. So, yeah, Johnny should be in a good mood now. With the home weather supporting. If the crowd might be quiet. And now we start again with filling up the walls here. I can tell you that Partridge and Petrasiunas are the 21st athlete to come out in both groups, of a 35 in total. So we are over halfway now with our athletes coming out, but starting again to fill up these walls. So that's going to take time again here, unfortunately. And according to the technical delegates, we are sticking with the aforementioned plan of 16:30 start for the women's qualifications. All being well. Villamantas, then born in 1988. Results so far this year. We're a 29th equal at our last comp in Logdragamer. It's the first time we've seen him.
Last minute.
And that is the last minute, they're saying. If you noticed that Villamantas came out a minute after Jonathan Partridge came out to climb for us, that's due to the fact that there was a technical incident earlier. He's already had a minute of his climb, so these are the 4 minutes that then see the rest of his time on the wall. He's now got 30 seconds of those minutes left. Young athlete from Vilnius in Lithuania, 23rd. One of his best results at the IFSC Climbing World Cup in Munich in 2010. So no previous results of making it through to a semi-finals.
Five, four.
And it's looking like that could not be happening today either for him. Those are his 5 minutes finished up. We welcome our next two athletes out onto the wall. So filling up again now then, guys. Our next two athletes out then. Rudi Moroda of Italy and Willem Furkak of Slovakia. For their 5 minutes before we start filling up the wall yet again. Willem from Slovakia yet to start here. You can see him on the right-hand side just next to him. Born in 1992. This athlete was 57th equal, so tied 57th at Logdragamer just recently. Born and lives in Kosiki. And next to him, Rudi Moroda. So still organising things here, still getting used to the rain. There are some tents and things being set up next to me in the hope that we can try and stave off another attack if the weather does turn for the worst again. 3 minutes and 10 seconds left on the clock for this athlete. So 2 minutes 40 left on the clock. We're still here with Willem on his climb. One minute and 40 left on the clock. One of our route setters there just having a look at B1, testing it to make sure it's not too wet. Before we welcome our next athlete, welcome back to Innsbruck. Apologies for the break due to the weather. It's looking like now we should be okay for a little while, fingers crossed. Athletes still on the wall here on A1.
Last minute.
All routes set here by Marc Davier, who's our head route setter with his team. That's one of our other route setters you can see there on the left-hand side. And there is Mark, actually, just moving in by B1. I think he's mopping up any rainwater that might be at the bottom. 30 seconds then left for this athlete, and it's looking like he's going to be calling it a day there. 20 seconds, and we get ready for another turnaround and welcome our next two athletes. Jonathan Partridge moving out from behind me to head over to start on his next one, and we will welcome Elko Schillinger and James Garden
5,
out
4,
onto B1 and A1
2,
to start their climbs, and lots of support from the Brits. The crowd has actually thinned, which is even funnier. The crowd has thinned because of the weather, and I think it seems like more Brits have turned up. Maybe they sense the rain, I don't know. Here we are with our next two athletes. This is Alexander Wurm, actually, here. So this is Alexander Wurm, you can see here on B1, next to Elko Schillinger of the Netherlands. B1, the slab problem that is replicated on A2. So Elko's got this sort of slab problem still left to come. That red box you can see there is the bonus space. I would say hold, but it's not a hold, it's just a space. The idea of getting up into the slab section, into the balance section, is enough to give you the bonus there. There you can see the similar one now with Jonathan Partridge climbing on it on A2. Another tricky one, this one. We saw Jakob Schubert struggling with this earlier today. He got there. But as you can see there with Jonathan Partridge, the slightest lean away from that wall brings you down again. He's going to have to keep his hips in, keep his chest pressed to the wall. Plenty of time for some more efforts here for Mr. Partridge. In 1983, we saw him twice last year, a 43rd place and a 45th equal. And this year so far the highest he's had is 31st Jonathan Partridge, that was in Miol. At the top there for him as well here. Then that's 2 tops so far. One of them in a flash and one in 2 attempts from Beaconsfield. Best ever result is 10th. That was at Sheffield in 2011. Two minutes 10 left on the clock for Elko Schillinger of the Netherlands.
Last minute.
So 40 seconds left on the clock for Elko Schillinger here. And just a quick mention, I've had Graham Alderson come over to us again just to say that actually the graphics that we had up a moment ago were correct, but there's been a mistake behind the wall with sending the athletes out front. Actually, Alexander Worm should have gone after James Garden, but it's happening the other way around now, and so that mistake's going to carry on throughout the competition, which means that Alexander Worm is coming out in James Garden's place, and James Garden's coming out next, where we should have seen Alexander Worm. So just a quick swap around of those 2 athletes.
5, 4,
And with Elko Schillinger finishing up on this one,
1.
we now welcome James Garden. Here he is, number 63 on B1. And climbing next to him then, is Marco Müller of Switzerland. So, Willem Vergak and Rudy Moroder now move over onto A2 and B2, and we are here with Marco Müller and James Garden over on A1 and B1. Willem Vergak just topping there, here with James Garden on B1. James, born in 1991, one of the younger athletes here in the men's. Highest result that we've seen recently from him then was 37th, and that was at Miol. James from Stockport, world ranked 69th in 2011, came 14th at the Male Juniors Lead IFSC European Youth Series in Edinburgh. So still on the wall then with Marco Muller here. Making another attempt on A1. Hand up in a moment onto the pyramid. Just can't quite secure that there, unfortunately. There's the bonus you can see there marked in red tape. And over instead to Willem. Still finding it tricky over on A2. Another attempt then for him, using that foothold for later as a handhold here. Perhaps needs to go straight for the erect as opposed to trying to get to the purple. And yep, here it is. He's going for the erect instead. And that's getting him a little bit higher. He's just got to watch his feet here. Keep that chest in towards the wall. If at any point you see the upper part of the body coming away from the wall, you know he's about to go.
Last minute.
There we are. Kept it nice and slow and steady atop there for Willem. Less than a minute left now then. Over here with Marco Muller. .40 seconds. It's a young Swiss athlete. It's looking like the rain is about to start coming back, guys. I'll keep you posted on it. It's looking like he was going to try a knee bar then, but no, pushing out instead just to get that other hand up. And looking like he's going to be calling it there with 5 seconds left on. So unfortunately, I don't think a bonus either there for Muller. We welcome our next athletes. Out to attempt on here. Athlete from Finland now, Anton Johansson. Comes out on the right-hand side. And on the left-hand side, Fuji Kokoro of Japan. On BNA1. Elko Schillinger and Jonathan Partridge are back out. And there is the head of Graham Alderson, the top left-hand side of your screen. Moving around, taking a look at the rain. Probably uttering a bit of a curse. So it's looking like Fuji here, struggling with that point. Over on A1, Anton Johansson managing to get further than Muller did a moment ago. He's got the bonus hold. It's just a few moves away from the end here. By the look of things, Jonathan Partridge has been a bit of a machine. In and out in seconds. Doing very well here in the qualies. 3 minutes 10 left on the clock, and very close for Anton Johansson here on A1. And that gets in the top. Fantastic finish there. Elko still over on A2 here. See our Lithuanian athlete, Vilimantas there. Alko Schillinger moving up onto B1. Moving towards that bonus square, but just unfortunately not making it there at the last. 1:30 then left on the clock. Vilimantas still working on B3. That's proved the tricky one today for all of our athletes. And here comes the rain again by the look of things.
Last minute.
Schillinger, with his last minute left, makes another attempt here on A2. From Eindhoven, 26th at the male lead IFSC Climbing World Cup in Kran in 2012. 7th at the male juniors lead European Youth Series Veliko Tarnovo in 2010. Just some of his best results. 20 seconds left on the clock. It's looking like our athletes are calling it there. They get ready for another turnaround now.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So, two new athletes coming out now then for us. Jonas Winter for Germany. And Sandeep Maiti for India. You can see them in the top right-hand corner of your screen. Sandeep's been sticking with us all the way through the past 3 events here. We didn't see him in China, but we saw him after that. The only Indian competitor we have here. He's been travelling around with a few of the climbers, a few different ones. He stayed in Slovenia after Log Dragomir to climb with Clement Betchen, and before that was climbing with Tito Calerion in Miol. Stayed on a few days there as well. Over on B1, we're looking at Jonas Winter for Germany. Born in 1994, so really one of the younger athletes here. 39th equal at Kitzbühel this year. So didn't qualify there for the semis. From Wuppertal. He was also 39th at the Climbing World Cup, the Bouldering World Cup in Munich at the end of last year as well. Has been second in the male juniors boulder European Youth Cup in L'Argentière in France in 2012. So he's had a silver medal last year, just with the junior circuit, not the senior. Still watching Rudy Moroder work on B3 here. Really tight crimp section around the middle. But down again. Two minutes left on the clock then for our two remaining athletes left on the wall. Let's try and make something out of their problems. Just the last minute now remaining. 60 seconds to try and make the most that they can out of these ones. Both athletes struggling with the similar type of problem you can see here on A3 and B3. As the rain truly starts to pour again out here. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens with A1 and B1. What the decision is from the judges in terms of that. The organisers here get together and have a conversation about what is to be done. If you missed any of that earlier, the current standing is that if it is too wet to climb on A1 and B1, then all athletes' results for A1 and B1 will be null and void, and they'll work with a 4 bouldering system. 4 problems.
5, 4.
Like the semis in the finals.
2, 1.
And here we are then with another turnaround. We welcome Ivo Hafliger of Switzerland and also Anton Mardashov. Well, I've just had our technical delegate, Mr. Graham Alderson, come over and let us know that that is indeed what is happening, unfortunately, here. Due to the rain and the wet conditions, Boulder 1 has been cancelled. Which means that if some of the athletes have already climbed that one and perhaps even done well on that one and bad on the other ones, they will now lose that score. And there'll probably be appeals for that as well. But unfortunately, that's what's going to be happening from now. None of the other athletes are climbing Boulder 1. Which is looking like that could be a similar vein for the women's. We don't know. So we're down to just a 4 boulder competition. Best results from those 4 take them through to the semi-finals, and that's what's happening here now. Officially that has been confirmed. So bear with us while we get the names sorted for you on that one. Now that B1 and A1 have been cancelled, it'll be Ivo Hafliger and Anton Mardashov coming out onto number 2 in a moment, as opposed to number 1. So we're going to be leaving the names as they are for this one. Of course, Ivo and Anton aren't currently climbing on A1 and B1, but they'll be out next. So what you're getting is a bit of a clue as to who the next two athletes are coming out, because Anton and Ivo will start their climbs on A2. So there you are. Every cloud has a silver lining, other than the clouds that are currently over our head, which are only carrying pain and destruction. But they will not defeat the webcast. 1 minute 35 still left on the clocks. These athletes still have time to work on this one. And you can see Alexander Worm in the top left-hand side of your screen. Coming very close, and yep, they are securing the top. Anton Johansson on A2 there atop for him. You can see some of the volunteers making sure that the holds are okay for the athletes to carry on climbing. Elko Schillinger in the last minute doing well here. Don't want to jinx him on A3. That's a big reach there as well up into that next one, the penultimate hold on A3. One of the trickier ones, the third. And you can see that Alexander Worm is having problems with that one as well, of his own, over on B3 at present also now. The rain is back, by the way, guys. It is pouring it down here. And as far as I am aware as well, we are due to carry on with the women's at 16:30 local time. Supposedly no change in that one.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And if you are looking at the results at the moment by using the app or by using the IFSC's website, I would bear with the judges for a moment. There is quite a high possibility that there'll be some calculations to be made there to figure out exactly what's happening and to cancel the first boulder for these athletes. So just under 4 minutes now for our athletes here. Let's see, Gediminas Monasterekis of Lithuania coming up next with Masatoshi Sugita of Japan. They'll be out next onto B2 and A2, as we're not using A1 B1 anymore due to the inclement weather. 3 minutes 20 here now then. James Garden here working on B3 at the moment. This overhang section with the crimps all the way up. He's going to do well here if he can get up to the bonus. A lot of athletes struggling. Pushing an extra hand up, trying to go up with the right again there. We've seen some multiple tactics on that one. Crossing over with the left, matching and going up with the right. But we are coming into the last few athletes to come out onto the wall after Gediminas Monasterekis comes out. We have only 7 athletes to emerge. And now we're working on a 4 boulder system. It's looking like we'll probably see us finishing a little bit earlier than planned. so that the route setters can get themselves sorted as best as they possibly can to organise the women's. They'll be starting at 16:30 here, local time. You can see there Rudy Moroder doing quite well here. This is the highest I've seen him on this one. He's just made the bonus. That little pop up to the double pinch, the crescent moon. He's just pushing himself into the corner now. Foot up on there. Just don't slip at this point. That's the trick. And 2 hands up. Very nicely done there by Rudy Moroder for Italy. A good result. And we get ready to welcome Jonathan Partridge in a few moments back up onto the stage for another climb. Sandeep Methi here as well, doing quite well. 1 hand up, 1 more to secure. You can see the crowd supporting him. There is a top there for Sandeep Methi of India on A2. He goes back home after this one, so he's going to be wanting to go out on a bang.
Last minute.
Into their last minute now. James Garden still on the wall, along with Marco Müller of Switzerland. We'll welcome our next athletes in a few moments' time. They're just getting ready behind me. Garden here in that tricky position around the bonus hold. That is a control of the bonus hold by popping up with the right there. It's the best we've seen him do. That's got him the bonus. We were told by one of the organisers that Innsbruck is a magic valley the other night, that due to the high peaks on either side, the weather struggles to get over the mountains and come into the valley. I think I'm going to say that that was absolute rubbish now. Just get it out of the way. He said it never rains in Innsbruck. I'll let you be the judge of that one. 4 minutes 50 then, a new rotation, and we welcome Jan Heiko. Oh, sorry, Jan Heiko will be out in a moment on A1, and also Jakub Jorolowski of Poland coming out next on B1. Anton Mardashov and Ivo Hafliger come out for us on A2 and B2 now. A lot of support for Alexander Worm. And a round of applause there as he makes a top. His athletes putting on quite a good show here. We usually see it drop off towards the end of the seeding. Some athletes struggling to get up. You see Jonathan Partridge as well, and a lot of support for him now as he makes his last climb today. Over on A5, the bottom right-hand side of your screen now. The green on this one's the bonus, so if you can get up again here, you've got to get a heel hook in there. Got to do something with that Jiu-Jitsu hold. The volume you can see there, it's grey and black. He needs to get a heel or at least a foot onto that to get him up and leaning over to the right-hand side to secure the bonus on the green. A Lithuanian athlete over on B5 as well, Vilamantas Petrosiunas. Asking for a brush. As you can see, the similarity between A5 and B5, the Jiu-Jitsu hold there and then leaning over to the right-hand side to progress. Same start holds as well, different colours, but they're there. Deliberate similarity between the two groups. Try to not offer too much of a difference between the two of them. Two minutes 20 then before we have another turnaround and welcome some more athletes out. You can see the next ones out there, Jan Heiko and Jakub Jodorowski. You have to bear with one of our cameramen. Still time for Villamantas to make something out of this final move, but he's got to get up there and start doing it quickly if he wants to. Jakub Jodorowski will be next out over onto B2 now, as we are working with the 4 problems as opposed to the 5 that we started with.
Last minute.
The athletes moving out now onto the mats to get ready for their next climb, being called out behind me. It's looking like we might not see a final top here from Jonathan Partridge. 30 seconds left. He's going to have to be really quick if he wants to get up higher here. A bonus could help him out. He's trying the upside down technique we've seen from a few of the athletes earlier on today. It hasn't stood any of them in particularly good stead. He's going to have to drop that leg down in a moment. Counts 10 seconds now. It looks like there's going to be no top here for Jonathan. He's calling it there, I think.
5, 4, 3.
And we get ready to welcome our next athletes out onto the field. Jakub Jodorowski coming out then over onto number 2. Jakub, who was 63rd in Kitzbühel. Born and lives in Warsaw. Is mainly a lead and a speed climber. Jodorowski. Very nice, nicely said and phrased tweet here from Sheila coming in saying about this magic valley that's supposed to stop the rain. If it's having problems getting into the into the valley over the mountains, is it surely not going to have problems getting back out again? It's a very good point. At the moment, I'm going to say yes, because it dried up for a moment, but now we're back with rain again. It is drenched here. Behind me, the judges and the officials have set up this sort of plank, like you'd see on a ship, that crosses over from the wall into the ISO section, and they're trying to dry it as much as they can with towels to stop the athletes having to walk onto it too much and getting their shoes wet. But the towels themselves now, I think, are wetter than the wood underneath them, so I'm not sure if that's going to help too much. We'll wait and see. Really atrocious conditions here. We're trying to do our utmost best for you guys. Sugita, Masayoshi Sugita, now out on B2. Born in 1985, Sugita. We've seen him this year at Log-Jagame, his first competition of the year. 39th equal, he came there. Born in Akiyama. Lives in Kokubunji in Tokyo. 11th at the IFSC Climbing World Cup in Fiera di Priamo in Italy in 2008. Came 11th at the Asian Continental Championships in 2010. Masatoshi. Over on B5 then, Rudy Moroder making his last climb of the day. Let's see whether he can do any better than we saw Jonathan Partridge on the similar problem a few moments ago. Let's see how he gets on with this one. One minute 15 left on the clock then before we have another turnaround. You can see over on A2 now. Ukrainian athlete.
Last minute.
That is Anton Mardashov.
Five, four, three, two, one. Well, bear with us for a few moments on the names front. We seem to have something going on here. There have been a few errors behind the wall at the start of the day. I'm just going to go and figure out exactly what's going on with who's out on the wall at the moment. You can see Alexander Worm there on B5. Fuji and I think Masatoshi is out now as well. I think Masatoshi is on B2 up at the top right-hand side of your screen. We're just going to go and sort out exactly what's going on here. I'll be back with you in a few seconds.
Last minute. Five, four, three, two, one.
Well, I have asked and been to see exactly what's going on with who is coming out in front of the wall for us giving you names. Nice finish there from James Garden, but unfortunately we're unable to give you names because we've just been told that two of the athletes this morning didn't turn up for ISO in time, and so we've lost two athletes, but that we hopefully they haven't fallen in the river, but we don't know who they are, which is another interesting thing to be told. But there we are. So we're two down, and we're not entirely sure who those two are. So we'll do our best, or I'll do my best at least, to give you the names as they're coming out. We were told this morning that Christopher Webb-Parsons wouldn't be competing as he's ill. And then we had James Garden and Alexander Worm switched around a little bit, and now we have two missing athletes. So it's been an interesting one, this competition, according to us stopping as well due to rain. Less than 2 minutes. We've got Sandeep Methi still on the wall. And And then we have Jakub Jodorowski there in the top right-hand side of your screen. Still climbing. And over on A5 then, you can see Marco Muller making his last climb. Those are our three athletes still left out on the wall now here, and when we get another turnaround in a moment's time, I will try and give you the names of all of those as well. Do our best to get you through this one.
Last minute.
They're given their last minute call now. And the other athletes begin to move out to get ready.
sind.
20 seconds. Sandy Matey looks like he wants to make another attempt at this one. I'm not sure whether he's going to. He is. With 15 seconds, maybe he wants the bonus.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Shout out from Shauna Coxey on the Twitter then, who's actually here in the arena somewhere, tweeting as well, saying, man, watching is so stressful, but only 4 problems. Looking forward to the women's. Come on, Team GB. If you have any thoughts or opinions or questions, do send them in to us. You can get in touch with us by using the hashtag IFSCWC. So our new athletes out now then. We have Hans Busker for the Netherlands over on B2 in the top right-hand corner. And on A2, Max Rudiger for Austria. And those are our 2 new athletes that come out to join us here. You can see down on A5 at present, we have a Finnish athlete, Anton Johansson, working hard on this one. Max Rudiger then, born in 1993. Last year, this year already, 2 equal 47ths. So has done exactly as well as he did at the previous one. Again, and that was at Kitzbühel and Logdragamere, 47th equal. It's from Eben, was first in the male juniors lead European Youth Cup in Pau in France in 2011. But he's also come first at the male juniors boulder European Youth Cup in Moran in 2011 as well. He's mainly a lead climber, Rudiger. And Hans Busker for the Netherlands then. Last time we saw him, was at our last competition in Logdragamere. He came 41st equal. Before that, 59th in Kitzbühel. Participated in the World Championships in Paris as well, came 89th there. His highest result so far to date that I have here is 41st. at our last event. It is in Amsterdam, which means mainly indoor climbing, considering the flatlands that are there. 1 minute 30 left on the clock for these athletes then.
Last minute. Five, four, three, two, one.
Any rotation then here with Andrew Zigarev on A2 for the Ukraine. Results last year, highest place was 65th. That was at Log Dragomir. For this year, he's matched it twice. Equal 65th at Kitzbühel and 65th at Log Dragomir as well, Zigarev. From Kiev, one of his best results, 55th at the IFSC Climbing World Cup for bouldering in Munich in Germany 2011. So not long to go then now, guys. We only have 4 more male athletes to come out and begin climbing here. And 4 boulders apiece for each of them, as we've lost boulder 1B and 1A due to the inclement weather, unfortunately. Quite a few of the athletes have stayed around to carry on cheering for their team. I can see Sakura Hori and Shimizu Tsushi down by the ground, watching on. Picking out a few faces in the crowd. Udo, ever vigilant for the German team, down on the ground there watching these athletes. Jan Hoye still here as well, even in the rain, supporting the other athletes. Any questions you might have, any opinions, get them into us using the hashtag IFSCWC on Twitter. And another shout out to anybody that might still be with us through the rain and torment. Just to ask you all to get yourself onto Facebook and onto the Sport Climbing 2020 page. Get as many likes as we can on there for the Olympic bid. And the question I asked you earlier on as well, that still stands. What for you has been your most favourite final so far this year? We've seen quite a mix of them, some very exciting ones, some very dramatic turns of events. A lot of people were saying that they thought Log Dragomir was by far the most exciting that they'd seen this year. It's definitely up there for me. I think my favourite in terms of intense nature was probably Miol. So your favourite final then, and why? Send it in to us. Still 1 minute left for these athletes. A few more attempts for them.
Five, four, three, two, one.
Weitere bewegen, hier erneut ihre Qualifikationsrunde. Ganz ins Außen mit der 32 begrüßt der Louis Timmermans from Belgium. And on the very right with the 72, it is Arturas Vortovas from Lithuania.
So Arturas Volkovas comes out now for Lithuania for the B group. And next to him, Loic Timmermans for Belgium. Comes out now to start their climbs for today. Sandeep Methi finished up his attempt on problem 5, and that's him done for the day now.
Well done.
Arturas won in 1992, 61st at our last cup from Kaunas. Timmermans, a frequent face for us on the Boulder Tour, or starting to be 53rd at the last World Cup. Seen him on the Youth Series as well. Another young athlete. You can see him in the bottom left-hand side of your screen now, working his way up towards that bonus square. Over on B5, Jonas Winter here, up onto the bonus hold now. Right hand up, but not quite managing to secure that one. So, the first reply we've had for their favourite final. Sheila, saying Miol. Obviously because you were there. Yep, that was a very intense one. I like Milau a lot. Milau, Miol. See, I keep losing my French, Sheila, without you here to guide me. I've got used to saying Mio as well.
So, jetzt kommen wir nach Abfeuer, nach der 3, nach Schulger. Auf geht's, rauf Willi.
1 minute 40. Luke Timmerman still around that point on the bonus. And Jonas Winter still on B5 on the ground here. Young athlete from Germany. 39th in Kitzbühel.
Last minute.
So 40 seconds then left here. Waiting to wrap up with these few athletes. So while we are waiting, let's have a brief look at the results as we have them at the moment. Men's qualifications. Group A. Bring them up for you in a moment. Well, here we are then. 4 tied first places. Dimitri Schafutinov, Guillaume Claramonde, Jörg Verhoeven and Mario Lechner. Going all the way down here, these are the 9 out of 10 that will make it through from Group A at present. Jakob Schubert, Cedric Lechat, Stefan Scarperi did well here, Anthony Golston and Tito Calerion. And who is our 10th place at the moment? Let's have a look. It is Jonas Baumann at present. But there are 2 here. There's Mauricio Huerta as well. And these are the results as we have them at the moment, so we'll have to wait and see. These are off the website as we have them at the moment. I'll have a quick look at Group B for you now as well. So just 2 tied firsts here. And it's Shimizu who's done very well here as well. Rustam Galmanov there as well. Sean McCall, Kilian Fishiba, Lucas Enemosa, Ozawa Shinta, Edward Fihali, Mikhailo Shalajin and Jeremy Bonder are our top 9 and our 10th place on Group B then. Drum roll please. Another tie here as well on Group B. It's looking like we could be taking 22 male athletes through to our semi-finals tomorrow. I believe it's Jan Hoyer and Clement Betchen. I'm just going to bring it up for you. And here we are, it is Jan Hoyer and Clement Betchen. There you can see what they did it in and their bonuses. I can't be too loud because I'm positioned right next to the athletes that are about to come out and start climbing here, so I'm not going to read out exactly what the tops and the bonuses are. But those are our 10th place positions at the moment, 2 ties, so it's looking like at present we could take 22 through, if nothing changes, for our semi-finals tomorrow. So let's get back over to the wall. Now on B2, that's Guntram Jorg of Austria. Austria having a larger contingent of athletes here due to the fact that they're hosting the event. Guntram Jorg, 74-year-old athlete, came 67th at our last World Cup. From Neusiedlers, 59th at the Climbing World Cup in Grindelwald in 2008. So just 1 minute 25 seconds left then of these athletes and their attempts to climb on this one. A lot of support still from the crowd here, all huddled up under the cover. Pavilion in the middle of the square. The crowd are dry at least, even if the athletes and we're not.
Last minute.
Top there over on A2. B5 still pushing away our Swiss athlete up to the Jiu-Jitsu hold.
5.
You can see the judges there trying to keep themselves dry, and there's the gangway, the plank that runs from the side into the ice to try and keep the athletes a little bit dry, or as dry as we possibly can given the conditions. So moving out towards the end of the day now then. Jakob Glauca now out. One more to come out after him, Nicholas Farsi. And then we are into breaking down the wall at the end of the men's qualifications before we take a short break and rejoin you again then at 16:30. As far as we know at the moment, that is still the current time we are due to start with the women's qualifications. According to the technical delegates, we'll keep you updated as often as we can, just in case that changes. Hopefully, there shouldn't be any changes, considering that it's looking like that the route setters are going to be setting up just 4 problems for the women's as well. Last climb. Here for Sugita Masatoshi. Glauca making a start here on B2. Up onto the yellow pyramid now. Onto the bonus. Got the right foot on there to give a bit of extra support. Penultimate hold now. A couple of quick moves here. The top here on this one's not too bad at all. Up. Lost a foothold there. It's quite an awkward fall. See here Hans Busker just pushing up onto B4 for the Netherlands in the top left hand side of your screen at the moment. The blue top getting himself to the corner. If he can get a foot up onto this bonus hold now, the left one should come up now. Slow and steady. And A nice finish there for Buska. One minute 20 left here. Over on A2. Elias Weiler coming out for Austria now.
Last minute.
Born in 1995, worth bearing in mind. A lot of results on the junior circuit. He's from Absam. He's 45th equal in Kitzbühel. Fourth at the Male Youth A Boulder European Youth Cup in Grindelwald in 2012. Also fourth at Munich 2011 and at Meran in 2011. You can see Vera Zalistra, and the female climbers that will be climbing later on today, watching from the sidelines now. Let's get some support then for Elias Weiler. One hand, you can hear the crowd getting behind him now. There's two, a nice top there. Good start for him. With only 8 seconds left on the clock as well. It's a narrow cut there. And unfortunately no top to finish up on for our Japanese athlete there for a moment either. Starting to wind down then with our men's qualifications. If you are just joining us, you'll be able to go back and watch the men's qualifications on the YouTube feed if you so wish. An unfortunate break during the middle there due to the problems with weather that we've had here. A fair few technical issues. A few athletes missing. Not worryingly so, but just not here on time for isolation earlier this morning. It does happen every now and then. When ISO is shut, there's no getting in after that. Last climb for Jakub Jodorowski then in B5. So roughly 30 minutes left before we say goodbye to you. So that'll make it approximately 20 to 3, and we'll be back at 4:30 local time for the women's qualification. So not long at all there for the route setters to get in and change all of these boulders around for the women's qualifications that we'll be seeing later on today. Over on B2, our last athlete to come and join us, Nicholas Farsi, and on A2, Stefan Bednar. Nicholas Farsi, you can see now in the top right-hand side of your screen. Nicholas Farsi. Highest result last year was 22nd at Vienna. This year, a bit of a mix, 39th in Millau. Then a 50th and a 51st place at Kitzbühel and then Log-Dragomer. Stefan Bednar, born in 1990. 23 years old, 63rd at Log-Dragomer. From Kesmarok, 34th at the Male Juniors Lead IFSC European Youth Series in Imst in 2008, Stefan Bednar. You can see him in the bottom left-hand side of your screen. Nicholas Farsi in the top right-hand side of your screen. Those are our two last athletes to come out and join us for today.
Last minute.
Well, there you can see some of the organisers desperately trying to block out the rain, which is still falling here, albeit a little bit later than we had earlier. That could restrict our view a little bit there, so we'll try and get that sorted. 40 seconds left on the clock.
Der Damen los. Heute, wie gesagt, Qualifikationstag. Freitag, 17. Mai. Hier im Rahmen des Blockmaster Boulder Festivals. Der Weltcup.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Jetzt der Wechsel. Die weiteren 5 Minuten Pause bzw. Trainerzeit. Vor Samstag, 18. Mai, der Tag des Semifinales und des Finales dann am Abend. 12:30 bis 15
So, no more athletes out onto V2 or A2. For the rest of our time here, we're dealing with just the 6 problems now. The results will still stand. If you are new to the sport, it is the most amount of tops and the least amount of attempts that these athletes are looking for here. So out of the 4 boulders that they've got here, they want to get to the top on all 4 of them if possible. They want to do it in the fewest amount of attempts. Every attempt is a positive movement past the starting hold and up off the floor. That we just saw there for our Lithuanian athlete. Being classed as an attempt, that jump up to the bonus hold. That counts. The ideal is to do it in 1. Trying to do a rock up there over the heel. Didn't quite work out the way that he wanted to, but I'm sure with another attempt he'll be all right on that one. We've got Jakub Glauka here on B3 for Poland. Working on this crimp section here. As you can see in the background there, the organisers are putting up a tarpaulin just to try and stop the rain coming in onto the side of the B wall. It's getting all over the mats, and they've been trying to dry it up as best as they can, but it is absolutely soaked through. Now I can see Ryan, who's the event organiser here, down on the ground. There he is in the green and orange, overseeing this tarp being put up. One move away from the top here, Loic Timmermans. He's got the arete. Though we've seen the most successful attempts on A4 have come from grabbing the other arete you can see there of the main overhang of A3 just next to it. That edge there you can just see. So not actually using the left hand, on the right side arete, but actually using the bow of the wall and leaning out over that problem to then pull yourself up to the top. Those have been the most successful attempts so far.
Last minute.
Shout for the last minute there for these athletes. Another attempt here for Elias Weiler on A3.
Five, four, three, two, one.
And now back with Andrew Zigarev for the Ukraine. Also Stefan Bednar now on A3. Try and cover as much as we can here for you. Keep it on the quad screen as much as possible, but as they're putting that tarpaulin in, we're going to have to move a position here. Try and make sure that we're covering B5. Marian Saliga there as well with the long hair and the black tape on the shoulder, you can see over on A4. Andrew Zigarev on A5 making his final climb for today. One of the advantages of being the higher seeded athletes, of course, means that you get to start early on in the morning and get the rest of the day off to rest. It is a big day tomorrow as well for the ones that do make it through to the semi-finals. They have the semi-finals in the morning, then a brief rest, but not too long, and then it's on straight away to the finals on the evening. So doing all of this climbing again twice tomorrow on some of the hardest boulder problems that are able to be set. The route setters do know what they're doing when it comes to challenging these athletes. Victor Bailey, there you can see for the Ukraine, nearest the camera. Just as Guntram Jorg finishes up as well.
Last minute.
Final minute here now then. Marian Saliga making another attempt by the look of things over on A4. He's using some time here to look at the route. It's going to take him a while to get up there. There's a few big moves to make on there. He's going to need to use these last 30 seconds if he wants them. Zigarev still working hard here on A5. 20 seconds left. Both athletes still on the floor examining the routes. They need to get back on the wall if they're going to make one last attempt. 15 seconds. Saliga really milked that there and just went to start again and called it quits.
5, 4.
He should have kept
3,
on while the iron was hot, I think, there.
1.
Hopefully there's not a problem with his hand. And our next athletes are out again then. A final climb today for Timmermans. Over on A5. And also a final climb today for Volkovas. A lot of support from the home crowd here though. As one of their own starts to get close to the top. It's this tricky move here. It feels natural to be doing it this way, but as I said, the most success that we've had is by using the erect on the other side. This is an interesting one now. Looks like a big enough hold there that you could actually sit on it if you got up high enough. Perch yourself there, might give you enough to put two hands on the top hold. Polish athlete down on the ground there, struggling with that jump to the double pinch over on B4 at present. Three minutes left on the clock. Remember, you can rewatch any of the IFSC covered events by getting yourself onto YouTube and using their channel, IFSC's channel on YouTube. Only 250 likes needed on the Facebook page as well to get to 20,000 likes on the IFSC's Facebook page. That's www.facebook.com/sportclimbing2020. I'd like to see us get to 20,000 before the end of this competition. I'm going to keep announcing that as we move through the semis and the finals. See if we can get those 250 likes. That's not much to ask for. And if you've got any friends or family members around, do harass them and get them to get onto there as well and click like on that one. I'd like to see us at 20,000 likes before I take a short break, actually. I won't be with you in Toronto or Vail. That'll be the capable hands of Mr. Johnny Bryan. Back with you for two events on the America Tour. Timmermans still having a tough time of it here over on A5. One minute and 15 seconds left on the clock. He's still on the ground. Another attempt for our Austrian athlete, though, Elias
Last
Weiler.
minute.
Just trying to do the quick. That was almost a 1-2-3 there, but a quick hop up onto the large bonus hold there. He's been in that position before. It's getting up to the top that he struggled with. Now he seems to be struggling with getting to there. Maybe this is an energy thing at this time. There's hands starting to go. We shall see. And yes, he manages to stick it. So it looks like he's still got some life in him yet. Up to the arete. Just a little bit too quick there to try and move up. Athletes not entirely sure what they're doing with their feet. So get into a good enough position to progress. We count down the last 10 seconds.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And now out onto A5. We welcome Marian Saliga for Lithuania. For his last climb of the day. Born in 1987. And Zilna was 57th at the IFSC Climbing World Championships in Arco in 2011. Stefan Bednar out as well at the same time. There you can see him next to the two teammates. Climbing side by side here. Nicholas Farsi out again. Next to Guntram Jorg. Only 2 more rotations after this one. It's a good start up to the jiu-jitsu hold there. Just not quite able to secure it. Just trying to get a bit more chalk here. Marian Saliga on A5, top right-hand corner of your screen now. See him with the black tape on his shoulder. He secured the dish and then went up with a second hand and just seemed to lose it a little bit there. Dare I jinx it, but it does look like the rain is starting to lift off a little bit. Could it be that it's had enough with us today? And for the women's, we might have a bit of a nicer climate. Anna Storr still down by the wall, next to Sabine Bakker. Watching on. Quite a few of the French team as well, hanging around here. The women are going to have to clear out pretty soon as well, so that the route setters can get ready. I can see Mark next to me, prepping his drill. And isolation's going to close in about 30 minutes, so they're going to have to be moving pretty soon. Very nearly had the bonus hold then. Not quite enough for Guntram Jorg. Still got a minute to secure it and try and move a little bit higher now. We want to see a top at the end of the day. We like to go out on a bang for the qualifications. Have the women's yet to come, starting those at 16:30 local time. Does not look happy at all there with his shoulder.
5,
Mariam Saliga.
4, 3, 2, 1.
And it's looking like Stefan Bednar's going to have to be content with the bonus there on A4. Not managing to get up to it again. So Jakob Glauca and Elias Weiler out here for their final climb of the day. And then it's just Stefan Bednar and Nicholas Farsi to come before we are finished with the men's qualifications. Let's wish them all the best as they make their attempt here, their final fight. So just going to bring up for you then the results as they stand at the moment. These will be the athletes that make it through to the semi-finals. So Group A, this is with our 4 equal first places. Dmitry Sharafudinov, Guillaume Glaremonde, Jörg Verhoeven, Mario Lechner, Jakob Schubert, Cedric Lechat, Stefan Scarperi, Anthony Golston, Thomas Calerio, or Tito, and the 10th place, which I believe is still tied, which means that there's 11 from this group going through. Jonas Baumann and Mauricio Huerta. So 11 from A, making it through into the semi-finals tomorrow. Let's have a look at B then for you. Rustam Galmanov, Sean McCall, Killian Fischuber, Lucas Enemosa, Ozawa Shinta, Shimizu Asushi, Edward Fihali, Mikhailo Shalajin and Jeremy Bonda. So some nice names there that we're not always used to seeing making it through. And our 10th place then for Group B, Jan Hoyer and Clement Beckchen. So 22 making it through into the semi-finals. 2 sets of tied 10th places. That's a tongue twister if ever there was one. But 22 athletes making it through for the men's for the semi-finals. And here we are back on the wall then. With the final climb for Elias Weiler. Elias Weiler still here on A5. 1 minute 15 left on the clock, still on the ground. Got up to the Jiu-Jitsu volume a moment ago, but not really much further past that.
last minute.
There's the last minute alarm called for him. Again, this upside down approach we've seen a few times here. It's just not enough for you to be able to get up onto the bonus. You get into this tricky position here, and then that brings you down. You can see he's coming down again there. He needs to get a foot up into that bowl if he wants to go up to the bonus. Interesting to see the difference in the way that the athletes read beta. And it's looking like both of those athletes are calling it there.
4, 3, 2.
And here we are with our last two. Ladies and gents, the end of the men's qualifications. Stefan Bednar and Nicholas Farsi. There's Nicholas. Starting on B5. Stefan Bednar on A5. Stefan Bednar. From Slovakia. Kesmarok and also Nicholas Farsi over here as well on B5. Let's see what he does with this one then. Thing is, if he doesn't waste too much time around the jiu-jitsu hold, if he goes nice and quickly to that sloper that was next to him, he should be able to get a foot up from there. And this position seems to be a running trend with the athletes. Unfortunately, neither athlete at present being able to get above this point. This is a little bit better if you can get a foot up there. Strange beta, but if you can get, there we are, the left leg up with the heel hook. That's the better position to be in. That's where he needed to be. He's got to go up again from here, though. Cries of alley from the crowd. Bonus hold here, then. Stefan Bednar. Just can't quite get up onto the next one, unfortunately. 2 minutes 30 left on the clock. Enough time for another attempt. But there is the bonus hold for him, so he's taking the bonus. Nicholas Farsi still down on the lower section. Can he do the same? His problems are very similar. There he is, trying to go straight up for that sloper next to the volume that you can see there, the satellite dish. So we're here with Nicholas Farsi, still down on the ground then with 1 minute and 43 seconds left. Trying to decide how to get up past this Jiu-Jitsu hold, this satellite dish halfway up the wall. Hand onto it now quickly if he can go from here once getting that foot on. Nice. So he's not wasting too much energy on the hold. Now he needs to get a heel hook in here. There it is, the left coming up. Now up with the left for the bonus. There's the... and unfortunately down again there. 1 minute though, and he's got the beta right there. Going out with the right to the orange hold first before going up to the bonus. gave him a bit of a better position.
Last minute.
And there's the alarm for the last minute. And again, we're back over with Stefan Bednar. Doing the same beater as before. He's got to get that left foot up in here. At the moment, his body's just not twisted the right way. There we go, a little bit more. Trying to flatten the leg off here to get a little bit more leverage, using an undercling as well before going up. There it is, left hand onto the bonus. Down again, unfortunately, with 24 seconds left on the clock. It's looking like there might not be a top here for Stefan Bednar. I think he's calling it there. Nicholas Farsi.
Five, four, three, two, one.
Well, guys, that concludes our time here for the men's qualifications. A bit of a mixed event, unfortunately, due to the weather earlier and a few technical incidents. We're going to take ourselves a break now. It is 1:45. We will be back with you at 16:30 local time, so 4:30 p.m. local time for the women's qualifications, and we'll see you then. Hopefully the weather will stay with us and get a little bit better for this afternoon. We'll see you soon.
Eine etwas verspätete Mittagspause.